Orders.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills be made special orders for immediate consideration. And members, the list is on your desk.
Members, as you know, if you look on your desk, as Senator Dzik did articulate, there's a special orders list, and we will start with General Orders number 146, which is House File 2988, Senator McEwen. She's modifying workers' compensation self-insurance provisions. With that in mind, Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It is my pleasure to present this bill. This is the result of really diligent work on the part of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council. For anyone who doesn't know, the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council is a body made up of representatives from industry and from labor, and representing claimants in workers' compensation, and also representing businesses and the insurance industry that provides these products. So through a lot of work on the part of this committee, they hash out proposed changes that they would like to see in our workers' compensation laws and policy. They identify problems that they're seeing. They have discussion over a course of meetings throughout the year and the session. And this bill is a result of that work, Mr. President and colleagues. This bill is widely supported. I believe that the provisions in it have been passed unanimously by all of those various stakeholders. So this truly is not only a bipartisan effort, but it represents an effort between people to work across differences in points of view, to really come to an agreement where you get the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce and you get the Minnesota AFL-CIO saying, this is what we would like to see, we approve of these changes, and we are asking you to adopt them. So I'd like to thank all of the members of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council for that work that they put in to have a result like this, and I would like to ask for your support, members. Thank you.
Members, any additional discussion under House File 2988? Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, and Senator McEwen, I appreciate your work on this. But, Mr. President, we just came off a break. People are everywhere. I would like to impose a call to the Senate.
The Senate is under call. Senator Abler.
Mr. President, I would like to wait a little longer. This whole end of session and the conference process, which this is not a conference report, has been done with too few voices. And there's 43 people have checked in. I think we should have at least 50 or so, and then I will be willing to make my motion. But Mr. President, it's just really interesting how some of us, even on conference committees, have not been contacted at all to be working on those. And so as we move forward, I hope that that can change. But on this bill, this is a very important bill, and I think members' voices are important. So when we get close to 50, I'll make a motion. Thank you.
And Senator Abler, just so that we're clear, this is not a conference committee report. You do recognize that, Senator Abler?
I do, Mr. President. It's a very important report, though, and in the business where I take on work comp, I know some of the discussions that go forward between labor and business are critically important, and I think members may want to weigh in, and I think maybe some didn't know when lunch was going to be over, and about an hour, and so we're up to 45, and when it gets to 50, I'll make a motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Dizek.
Thank you, Mr. President. We now have 50 members here, as Senator Abler requested. So, Mr. President, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with, and the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On
Mr.
that
President?
motion, any discussion? Senator Abler.
Mr. President, I support that motion. Thank you.
All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator McEwen to House File 2988.
Thank you, Mr. President. For those members who have just joined us in the Senate chamber, this is the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council bill. It has been diligently worked on by representatives from industry and also representatives for workers who have workers' compensation claims. They meet together along with the Commissioner of Labor and Industry and their staff and hammer out ideas for changes that are needed in our policy and our laws in our workers' compensation system. So this bill, as you'll see, you have a letter that should be on your desks, a letter of support. This is the kind of bill that draws support from both the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce as well as the Minnesota AFL-CIO. So this is a true Peace in the Valley bill whereby people have done a tremendous amount of work beforehand to hammer out differences to come to an agreement that satisfies people across the ideological spectrum. So with that, members, I humbly and respectfully ask for your support and look forward to the passage of this bill. Thank you.
Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to concur what Senator McEwen said. I'm very proud to be on this bill also, and the work that she did. And this is what's really neat about when you have labor and businesses and the chamber also being encouraging in that too, but coming together and listening, hearing it out, and they've always had a great reputation of solving these problems and coming to the Peace in the Valley. And I really appreciate that. And I said that many times in the Labor Committee that this is what needs to be done more is that working together, not only hearing, but listening, those things that are from both sides, to come to that negotiation. Not always is everybody satisfied with what is negotiated. But many times when you have a little bit of reservation on both sides, it's actually probably a good thing. But in this case, this is a great bill. I strongly support it. And I thank for the work for Senator McEwen and also Senator Etke that has worked on this in years past and has done a great job. So with that, Mr. President, I thank you.
Any other discussion on House File 2988? Senator Etke.
Thank you, Mr. President. And a number of good things have been said about the bill, and I would concur with that. Senator McEwen introduced the bill and the things that are in it, and we've had these conversations a number of times over the last years, and again this year the bill was worked out the way it's supposed to. It's where business and labor come together with the Work Comp Advisory Council. They do their work at the council level, and what is agreed to gets brought to the Senate and the House floors. And this year, there's 100% agreement on the language that's before us, and it's then up to us to just ratify what they've asked us to. We don't, and there hasn't been any, so we don't have any challenges this year, but members, these are the things we do not amend. We work with the council because of what they've done since they were formed back in the mid-90s. They've done a lot of great work in organizing and helping our work comp whole system, getting it so it's more efficient, more productive. The whole thing is to help get an injured worker back to their job. In the end, it's all about taking care of the worker and supporting business. And with that, I just would ask everyone to vote green. This was supported again 100% at the council level. It was supported 100% by the other body, and now we can be the final step in this and put our stamp of approval on it also. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, wondering if the author would yield.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, would the author yield for a couple questions?
The author will yield for a question. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator McEwen, I know in the past Senator Etke has carried a lot of the work comp bills. There's a lot of new members here. I'm wondering if you could just, while we're on this, quick give us a recap of how many members are on this council. You mentioned AFL-CIO and the Chamber of Commerce. Are they the only two members on the council, or who are the rest of the members, just for all of us to have a quick refresher on this? Because sometimes this goes on and many of us aren't as familiar as we should be with this commission, and so I think it would be helpful if you could just remind us of how many members and who they are.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that question. The Workers' Compensation Advisory Council has 12 voting members, 6 representing organized labor, and 6 representing Minnesota businesses. So that council together addresses issues and recommends legislation pertaining to workers' compensation.
Senator Westrom.
And Mr. President, if the author would continue to yield.
Will you yield? She will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President and Senator McEwen, of those groups, are any of them ag-focused, Farm Bureau or Farmers Union? Do you know if any of them have some of the labor or the business group slots that are fulfilled, or doesn't it get that specific?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that question. And I confess that my involvement personally with the Workers' Compensation Advisory Committee is somewhat new. So I will defer your question respectfully to Senator Etke, who has been involved and I think can speak to more details about the specific business interests that are represented in the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council.
Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Etke yield?
Senator Etke, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Etke, you probably heard my question, but just a little interested in the business side of the members on the council. Do any of them have an ag focus or ag representation as part of the industry members that are represented to help make these decisions? If you know, I'm not wanting to put you on the spot, but it's, I think, a helpful time for us to all remember how this council is put together, knowing the broad support that there often is.
Senator Udke.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Westrom. Specifically, probably not one with carrying an ag label, but yet throughout both the business and the labor side, they would definitely include everything with ag, whether it's a, let's say, a meat processing plant where you would have a lot of union workers. You've got, yeah, just in general. I mean, we're going to represent the workers at the Work Comp Council. We're also going to represent the business. So, you know, I can think of the various members. A lot of them are from around the metro area to just outside of it because of their location of this. But the labor representatives represent labor across the state, and our business representatives represent business across the state. So, Senator Westrom, they would be included. Maybe they just don't have that specific name badge on their jacket or when they enter, but they would be included.
Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Senator Udke. And Mr. President, if Senator McEwen, the author, would yield for one more question.
Senator Westrom, I'm sorry. What was the request?
I have one more question for the author, chief author.
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator McEwen, just you talked about the consensus that the council comes to. Can you remind us, when we talk consensus or support, does that mean all 12 members are supporting these provisions, so they have literally hammered out concerns and differences of opinions, or are they just a majority of the council? So maybe all 6 business or labor business interests plus 1 labor would have voted, and that is how they pass it, or 6 labor and 1 business person might have passed it, and that's what we're calling consensus, or that's what the council supported? Or are we really talking a consensus where all 12 have put their stamp of approval on a change or a suggestion? And I guess that's helpful, just knowing the level of consensus building that they work on. And if you could remind me of that and the members here, what do we mean when we're talking consensus by the council? A majority or 100% support?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that question. I believe that in order to pass out an agreement, a provision, that there has to be a majority agreeing to it from both the business side and the labor side. So Commissioner of Labor and Industry, Commissioner Blissenbach, is there and her staff to help answer questions and to facilitate, but don't vote. So, so in order to pass something through, you do need a majority of the members representing business. Again, there are 6, and a majority of the members representing labor, also 6. And I think it is a real testament that the bill that we are seeing today, as Senator Udke had noted, really is a result of going above and beyond that threshold for consensus. It does appear from the way that the votes went with this unanimous consent. This is really the product of people doing a lot of work and working through disagreement. So it's even better than the threshold to pass something through, and it appear really represent at the end of the day a kind of consensus. But the rules are, as I had stated, Senator, that it is a majority of both the labor side and the business side.
Senator
Mr. President.
Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. Members, I know these bills don't usually come to us until they've been vetted between the different interests, business, labor, and so I appreciate that we have this process, but also I thought it's a good time for us to all be reminded of this council. Newer members is not as familiar with it, and even those of us that have been here a few terms, it's always good to remember, because a lot of these things are actively happening outside this legislative process to get bills prepped and kind of vet the issues, to bring them to the committee and then go through this process. And it's not something that goes quick, and nor should it probably be, because the pendulum swings a little too far one way or the other. And hopefully this process is continued to be followed, and we can understand this bill better. But thank you, Senator McEwen, for helping us and reminding me of the size of the commission and that, because these bills come once a year and it's easy to kind of forget.
Senator Abler.
Would Senator McEwen yield for a question?
Senator, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Abler.
Senator McEwen, do you have any amendments to offer to this bill? Thank you. So she said, no, Mr. President, I'm willing to talk after third reading if you like.
Sounds good. Any other discussion? The Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 2988, a bill for an act relating to workers' compensation, adopting recommendations of the 2023 Workers' Compensation Advisory Committee.
Third reading. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President, members, for slowing this down just a little bit to make more people a part of this discussion. Even though every year, however often they meet at this Work Comp Advisory Committee, or board, or whatever it's called, they come with an agreement, it doesn't mean that it's just something that we should just rubber stamp, because there's actually many players in the work comp arena. You got, business and labor, but many people represented in the work comp arena, the majority are not represented by a labor group, and the majority, and there's no providers on that committee, and no, shareholders of companies or anything else. So while it has solved a lot of the combativeness on the work comp matter, which I have experienced firsthand in my 44 years of practice, watching the chamber and labor and all what's best for people, there's a lot of good changes that have come, and the bill seems like it's reasonable enough. But I have just a couple questions, Mr. President, if Senator McEwen would yield.
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. In Article 3, the permanent partial disability schedule, I actually rate people for permanent partial disabilities, assuming that they have one. And it looks like the whole man, the whole person, whatever it's called now, it used to be called whole man, now it's probably a person. On line 22.18 is $567,840. So is that the value of the whole person now? $567,840? Or is it a different number?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just finding where you're referring in the bill. Senator Abler, could you please repeat your question?
Senator Abler.
Well, sure. On pages 21 and 22, it kind of goes through if you have 5%, you get some money, and 10%, and so on. But then at 100%, on line 22.18, it says that up to 100% is $567,840. So if I am 100% disabled as a permanent disability because of my work injury, I fell off a scaffold or whatever, and I'm 100%, which is really bad. 10% is quite a threshold to hit, actually, Mr. President. But is that the new number for a whole person? It's not meant to be a trick question. It used to be 75,000, Mr. President, a long time ago.
Senator McEwen, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that question, Senator Abler. Senator Abler, I will find the answer to your question and any more technical questions that you have in regard to the numbers that are listed here under the permanent partial disability schedule. I'm not an expert in this area, but I will find the answer for you. Thank you. And perhaps if Senator Utke or others are able to weigh in.
Well, that's fine.
Senator Abler.
Well, I'm just reading the bill now, and it's like, it used to be 75,000, which was a ridiculous number for a whole person, and then they would get a 10% injury to their spine, which would mean that they could hardly do anything, because it's based on the whole body, and they would get like $8,000 or something. So now at least, if you get injured, they can get some reasonable compensation, because these are injuries that happen where work is a significant contributing factor to their particular injury. So anyway, I just see that as kind of a good thing. It looks like they're going to revisit it every 2 years based upon the comments in 21.8, which I think is healthy. And none of those corrections come for free. They all come out of the premiums that are established. And it appears that on page 25 that they're reducing hospital rates by 3%, maybe to pay for that. Senator McEwen, would she yield again, Mr. President?
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Abler.
Thanks. Senator McEwen, can you comment on the new rates to hospitals that are 3% lower? How that came to be? I guess it's 3% and then 4% in 2025. It's 3% in 23 and 24, and then in 25 it's 4% reduction. That looks like it's an overall like a 10% reduction over 3 years. Could you comment about that and how much money that might be raising, and is that going to pay for the increase in the valuation for the whole body and
Senator
disabilities?
McEwen.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank
Senator
you.
McEwen.
Thank you, Senator Abler, for these questions. So as I understand it, it was felt that the rates were too high and were reduced to balance the cost to the system with the permanent partial disability rate increase. But again, I was not part of these discussions on this Workers' Compensation Advisory Council meeting that led up to, so I can't speak to the details about in those meetings what led up to those specific changes. I would refer Senator Abler to our colleague Senator Udke for those inquiries. And again, if there are technical details that Senator Abler would like to have more information about in regard to numbers or how those were arrived at, we can find those answers. Thank you.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'm not trying to stand here and be dilatory. I just have really questions about this, and whoever gave the bill to the author should have given her a note, like itemizing all the things that happened. It seemed to me, and also so on page 25, continuing, it talks about a post-traumatic stress disorder study, which I think is a really good idea, and they're reviewing models and what they're going to do about it, and para is part of that, and that was a big deal with this other matter on the duty disabled workers, and a lot of these are just like injured workers for whatever. Senator McEwen, I'm not trying to. These were supposed to be easy questions. So, are you comfortable talking about that part on page 25 about what that study is going to amount to?
Senator Abler, all questions must come through the
Would
president.
she yield, Mr. President? I'm sorry.
Are you asking her to yield?
Yes, would Senator McEwen yield?
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Abler.
Oh, okay, she will.
Did you hear the question, Senator McEwen?
Well, will she yield? That's my first question.
She did say that she yield, and I commented that she will yield. So, Senator
okay.
Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I sometimes forget to, will you yield and ask a question, and so I apologize.
I know how it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
Senator Abler.
Senator McEwen, on page 25, it talks about a post-traumatic stress disorder study. And can you just give me some version of what you think that's going to accomplish? And looks like they're going to work on it for the next couple of years. Do you know what they hope to do with this and how they're going to bake it into the work comp system?
Senator McEwen, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler, I think it's pretty straightforward in Article 5, starting on page 25 of the bill. The Commissioner of Labor and Industry is going to conduct a study to identify systemic or regulatory changes to improve the experience of employees with post-traumatic stress disorder that's work-related. So it has a nice list here of, at a minimum, the study needs to identify evidence-based methods and best practices for early detection and treatment of post-traumatic stress disorder. The study, at a minimum, must also review models, including those used in other jurisdictions and systems for delivering mental health wellness training or employee assistance programs, treatment for PTSD, and benefits related to PTS and benefits for those treatments. And then the review has to include outcomes, cost considerations, identify programs in other jurisdictions with effective prevention, timely and effective medical intervention, return to work rates. I mean, it's exactly what you would expect in a study like this, to commission to find out what are the best practices, how can we reach the best outcomes, what are other jurisdictions doing. It's all there. Thank you.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. It really wasn't meant to be a hard question. And, you know, I was actually reading along, and I appreciate you for reviewing the content of the bill for me. That is helpful if people don't have the bill in front of them. But I was just curious, like how they might be going about it. And I'm really not trying to be clever here. I just was curious. And so are they going to get a hold of providers like me who work with people? Are they going to talk to hospitals? Are they going to put out a query for who wants to be a part of this? Do you have any idea about just the what they're going to do? That's what I just thought you'd give me 2 sentences. Well, they're going to, reach around the state and have some meetings. That's all I was looking for. Do you know that offhand? Mr. President, if she would yield to answer that question.
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Did you hear the question? She didn't hear the question. Senator Abler.
Well, I thought we were kind of having a conversation here, but Senator McEwen, I appreciate you reading the content of the bill, which I was looking at as well, but I was just curious about some of the mechanics. And so if people have an interest in PTSD, which many do, firefighters, my locals especially, and many of them get injured on the job, and so besides just all the words that are saying how they're going to do it, do you know what they're really kind of going to do in terms of just reaching out and looking for people to have a dialogue? And because the average citizen has a concern about this, and Mr. President, I've heard from a lot of them about this other bill, so is there a chance they'll be picked up by this as well? That's really all I was looking for. Thank you, Mr.
Senator
President.
McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler, if you continue on page 26, you could see the various associations that are going to be involved in cooperating with the commissioner to conduct the study. The report will go back to the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council. The process is really laid out in that part of the bill, and I have a copy here. It's online as well. I'm happy to make sure that you're able to really get an in-depth look at that. But I mean, as Senator Abler knows, because of the work that he does, to improve workers' experiences, you got to talk to those workers who have had bad experiences and needed to access the workers' compensation system and needed help in that regard. And we also need to be speaking with experts. So again, I think that in this not only bipartisan, but broadly supported across ideological lines bill that has been produced with a lot of diligent work from people across industry and labor. They've put together an excellent framework for what the study will do, how it will be done, benchmark dates to accomplish different things, and it is all laid out there. And again, if there are more details that Senator Abler would like to have, we will get those to him. Thank you.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I really am not trying to slow things down. I forgot to ask something about the hospital rates. Would Senator McEwen yield again, please?
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. What did the hospitals say about a 10% reduction in their rates over a period of 3 years? Thank you.
Senator McEwen, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, Senator Abler, I don't know how many times I can reiterate this. I was not part of these discussions, so if you would like information about what the hospital said about a rate reduction, I suggest that you reach out to our colleague, Senator Utke, who may have that answer, or we can talk later, and if you have a list of things that you'd like to know about detail of how the committee came to different decisions and what the hospitals thought or what the AFL-CIO thought about various provisions, we can get you those details. I was not in those meetings, and that doesn't really go to the content of what's actually in the bill before us right now. So, again, get me those questions, we'll get you your answers. Thank you.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And I'm not really trying to do anything more than ask a few questions of the author of a bill that is kind of has good parts and bad parts in it, I think. But just so people know, that I don't know, the hospitals haven't talked to me. I just am looking at this for the first time. But I would think that they might be interested in a 10% reduction of their rates. Just one final question, Mr. President, for Senator McEwen, if she'll yield. I'm going to ask her about, I'm not asking her to yield yet, I'm just preparing her for the opportunity to begin to perhaps yield. But on page 28, it talks about cessation of dependency benefits. You have to give notice. And my question is going to be is, how does that differ from current practice? And so if Senator McEwen would yield for a question, Mr. President.
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Abler.
Thank you. Senator McEwen, on page 28, lines 3 to 14. Do you know how that changes the cessation of dependency benefits? That would be like somebody who's counting on money, I would presume, for an injury and their spouse or whoever died, or they're a dependent person. Just curious how that's going to affect what we do now and what's different about it. Thank you.
Senator McEwen, to the question. When you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just need a moment.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Abler, that's a good question. I am not entirely clear as to whether or not that section simply improves the information that is provided in a notice of cessation of dependency benefits. As we all can read in the bill, there are some very, very specific pieces of information that with this legislation will be now required to be part of that notice. So my assumption would be that perhaps through the discussion of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council, it was identified that these notices were not perhaps containing all of the information that they should contain. I think it is what it is. And again, if you would like information about current practices, it sounds like perhaps Senator Abler knows a lot about the current practices in workers' compensation, but perhaps Senator Utke or a workers' compensation attorney specializing in this area, or our Department of Labor and Industry specialists who specialize in this area can give us a lot more detailed information about the nuanced differences in this notice provision. Thank you.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and I thank you, Senator Senator McEwen. I appreciate the dialogue, and I respect your position in this bill, and that you weren't on the committee that wrote the bill. But so, Mr. President, I guess I didn't really even have a point, but now actually I've thought of a point to make about this bill. Just because business and labor agree on something doesn't mean it's good for all the parties. I think the Hospital Association might go like, wow, we didn't know we were going to lose 10% over for over 3 years, and if you're a greater Minnesota hospital and you're going to lose 10% off of the work comp rates, that might be meaningful to you. I think even the urban hospitals might find that's not a good thing. On the other hand, increasing the damages available to an injured worker to a more competitive thing is a good thing. I think giving notice to a person who's about to lose their benefits as a dependent is a good thing. It appears that they didn't do that before. I don't know if they did it before or not. So I appreciate the discussion, and I think members should look at this bill and decide on the balance how they want to vote. I usually vote for all these bills, and I'm not sure how I'll vote, but I mean, it's probably going to pass, so I don't intend to take the bill down. But I think it's good for us to always know what we're voting for, and thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if Senator McEwen would yield for a question.
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen. So I'm looking at the bill. I don't sit on this committee or commission or body, and I don't have the background here, so I'm just inquiring about some of the background on a portion of the bill. And I'm looking at page 16, which is in regards to medical records and requests for medical records, and then there's a fee schedule for different types of, or numbers of pages, I guess. And so I guess my first question is this section pertaining to workers' compensation only, or is it more broad in the healthcare context?
Senator McEwen, page 16. When you're ready. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero, Chapter 176 pertains to workers' compensation. So this chapter is amending the workers' compensation statute, and this should only be in regard to workers' compensation-related health data.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for that, Senator McEwen. If she would yield for another question.
Will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen. Okay, that does provide some clarity here in the scope of this. So then in that case, because this is in the context of workers' compensation, on line 16.8, it makes a reference to, the new language references an authorized requester. So in this context, then, who is the authorized requester that it's referring to?
Senator Lucero, was that your question? Okay. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero, typically this is, these are injured workers who are requesting copies of medical records for the purpose of their workers' compensation claims.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And she would yield for another question.
Will you yield for another question, Senator McEwen? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. So yes, obviously there are people that are injured. Would an authorized requester also be an employer in this context?
Senator McEwen.
Yes, that could also be the case.
Senator McEwen. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so then if the authorized requester can be both the employee and or the employer that is in scope in this worker compensation context, the bill language goes on to speak then about a fee being charged not to exceed $10, at least in this paragraph, item number 1. And so I guess the question is, if it were an individual that is requesting this, is this something that typically happens right now, whereby the healthcare providers are charging fees, and therefore you're specifying the dollar amount not to exceed $10? Or is this something that does not happen right now, and the healthcare providers have asked for an allowance for that, and that's where the genesis of this language before us comes?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero, healthcare providers do charge fees, and I believe that it has been identified as a real obstacle in certain situations. So this is, again, an agreed upon limit to what those fees could be, because they really bog down these claims. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. And if she would yield for another question.
Will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen. So I'm seeing the specified dollar amount there on line 16.13, and then I'm seeing down below another fee schedule for pages. And if you could just provide some clarity based on the fee schedule down on lines 16.23 through 16.27 is based on pages. Could you just provide some clarity then on the fee that must not exceed $10 as specified in line 16.13, and what that relationship is where it's capped at $10, whereby they're allowed to go over? And so I'll just, one scenario, when I'm reading line 16.24, for example, it says they can charge a dollar amount that is over $10 when it specifies the number of pages. So what is the relationship between those lines further down and the $10 cap?
So, Senator Lucero, just to make sure you're clear and that we're clear, and maybe this is your question too. So you're talking about 16.13, which may not exceed $10, and then you're looking at 16.24, which gives a dollar amount, and not necessarily 16.23. Am I clear? I just want to make sure that the okay.
That's correct, Mr. President.
Okay.
Thank you.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you. So we're looking at a sort of technical part of this bill. That is the cost of medical records. It's been a problem. That first section refers to a request for records that must not exceed $10, but when you look down at that second section that is a little bit lower down, 16.21 to 16.27, what the statute is referring to is a total amount. So oftentimes it is absolutely correct that obtaining these records, because of the costs that healthcare providers are charging at times, those records requests will run into the hundreds of dollars, even the thousands of dollars. This is very, very burdensome for people who are simply trying to file a claim for benefits that they are entitled to. So there is, that second part is a maximum based on how many pages and what that maximum could be. Again, if you read through the statute, and if people have very technical questions like this, I think that our colleague Senator Utke, our Commissioner Blissenbach, and her excellent staff at the Department of Labor and Industry, as well as any of the members on the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council, from those representing the Chamber to those representing the Minnesota AFL-CIO, and all of those experts in their fields could answer any of these very detailed questions that people may have, and we're happy to point people in the right direction to get any of those answers. But I do think, Mr. President, that some of the things that we have heard, a question about whether the hospitals were properly represented in this at the Workers' Comp Advisory Council is they are. I believe the chair of the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce at this time is a representative from the Mayo Clinic, for example. So I think they're very well represented by the chamber and their interests. And this is perhaps not an appropriate time for us to have a course on workers' compensation law and the finer points of the system, but to, in general, as the legislature, approved the very good work, the detailed work that the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council and its members have done to bring this bill before us. Thank you.
Senator Dzik.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I wasn't done.
I know I'm recognizing Senator Dzik.
Mr. President, I move to lay Senate File 3193 on the table and ask for a roll call vote.
That is a precedent, that motion has precedent, as you know, under Rule 28.1, and it's non-debatable. Roll call has been requested, a roll call has been granted. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of inquiry.
State your point.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero had the floor, and I don't recall Senator Dzik asking for a point of order. You just called on her. That, to me, seems to be improper procedure, and before the motion is taken up, the floor, Senator Lucero should yield the floor before any other motions are taken up, unless Senator Dzik does, in fact, make a point of order, which, again, at least was not audible.
So what I saw is that she stood up, and I recognized her, as I do, just like I do with other members, and under Rule 28.1, with her motion being to lay the bill on the table, that's a higher motion. So no matter what is being debated, that takes precedent.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, point of order again, or part of parliamentary inquiry again.
Please inquire.
Thank you.
What is your point?
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand that Senator Dzik rose, but Senator Dzik did not ask for a point of order to interrupt Senator Lucero. She was just called on. Senator Lucero still had the floor, and I believe it was improper of you to recognize Senator Dzik until she made the point of order, and she was recognized for that point of order to make the higher motion. It is my understanding that Senator Lucero still has the floor and should be able to complete his questioning before that motion is made.
Thank you. Senator Jarkowski.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
For what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I believe that a motion to table you cannot interrupt the speaker in order to table a motion. Is that correct, Mr. President?
That is not correct. If you read Rule 28.1.
I will read it. Thank you, Mr. President.
So the motion is non-debatable.
Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry.
What is your, please state the purpose for you rising.
I'm rising under to inquire about Rule 28 of the temporary rules of the Senate.
Are you reading it, Senator Lucero? Specifically to your point, just so I can anticipate what you're going to ask, if you look at the Rule 28.2, it says motions number 1, 2, 4, and 5 above are not debatable. To lay a motion on the table is number 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. So my point of parliamentary inquiry. Thank you, Mr. President. So my point of parliamentary inquiry is, under Rule 28, this is a precedent of motions. I don't, in order to make a motion, a person or a member must have the floor, but not as a means of interrupting another member. In order to interrupt another member, there has to be a point of order. And so a member can't just rise and make a motion while interrupting another member. And so I'm wondering if you can clarify this rule in that regard.
So for clarification, if we see a member rise, I can identify that member in order to know what purpose are they rising for. So I saw Senator Dzik and I recognized her. Okay? So anything else other than this point, because I think I've spoken to this point and I would like for us to move forward.
Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Please inquire.
Thank you. Mr. President, I would ask for a parliamentary inquiry under Mason Section 91 and 92. Mr. President,
Hold on one moment. Let me get there. State the place again.
thank you, Mr. President. Section 92 speaks specifically to interruption of members speaking, and it talks about where circumstances under the member may be interrupted. A member who is speaking may be interrupted only when some motion requires immediate consideration. A member who is speaking may be interrupted for the following purposes: to raise a question of privilege, to raise a point of order requiring an immediate ruling, which was not done, to make a parliamentary inquiry, to give notice of a motion to reconsider, which was not done, object to consideration. Mr. President, it is incumbent upon the rising member to ask to be recognized. The President, as I understand in reading sections 91 and 92, shall not just recognize a member to interrupt without being asked by that member for a point of order. They could just simply be rising to speak after the member is finished their line of questioning and debate. So, Mr. President, I believe this was an improper recognition of Senator Dietzick, and I ask you to reconsider and allow Senator Lucero to continue his line of questions.
Senator Pratt, I think if you go to the same rule, section 91, 2, it says when a member desires to speak or deliver any proposal to the House, that member should rise and respectfully address the presiding officer. So when the presiding member recognizes the member by calling that member by name or by indicating recognition, that member is entitled to speak to the floor and may address the body or present a proposal, but may not yield the floor to any other member. So when she rose, that is what happened. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, I'd like to call your attention to Section 92, Paragraph 4, which reads that when a member is speaking and another member interrupts to request recognition, it is the right of the presiding officer to permit the one rising to state the reason for desiring the floor. If the motion that member desires to raise is entitled to precedence, the member originally speaking should relinquish the floor until the motion having precedence is disposed of, but that member is entitled to resume the floor as soon as the privileged question has been decided.
So that is correct?
Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Section 91.2, when a member desires to speak or address any proposal to the House, the member should rise and respectfully address the presiding officer. Mr. President, that was not done.
It was done.
Senator Dietzick rose. She did not ask to be recognized. And it is our custom and practice that when you want to speak on an issue, you rise, you're recognized by the President. Then if you want to interrupt, you make your point of order. That was not done. You did that preemptively while Senator Lucero had the floor.
Thank you. Senator Jaskowski, and then we're going to vote on the motion. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, at question here is whether or not the motion that Senator Dietzick had, and Mr. President, if you read Mason's, it says, as a presiding officer, it is your job to ask the person asking to be recognized what is it for which they're looking to be recognized. And if indeed that, and as you read Mason's and the variety of items brought here, beginning with Section 92, Part 1 and 2, it outlines very clearly at that point, Mr. President, for which motions that, in this case, Senator Dietzick could interrupt Senator Lucero for. And it outlines those very clearly. And it says, raise a question of privilege, raise a point of order, and then it continues on page 74, make a parliamentary inquiry, make or give notice of a motion to reconsider, object to consideration, call for the regular order for the orders of the day, or call attention to a special order, call attention to disorderly conduct or to disorderly words in debate, or raise a question of no quorum. Those are the items for which another member can interrupt a member who has the floor. And It was your role as presiding officer in this situation, Mr. President, to discern whether or not that the motion that Senator Dietzig was bringing was among those lists of motions for which she was entitled to interrupt the speaker, who was Senator Lucero. And if indeed she is recognized and that motion is entertained when it is not in order, according to Masons, to interrupt the speaker for that particular motion, which was to lay on the table, it's not in the list, it's not in order to interrupt the speaker for that particular motion. So I'd ask you to not entertain Senator Dietzig's motion, Mr. President, and to resume the floor to Senator Lucero, who rightly has the floor at this point. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, just so that we're clear, you can go back to Macy's and all the other sites that have been presented. This is a precedent. This motion has precedent. She indicated what that precedent is, and I referred you to 28.1, which is our joint rules, as well as you see the articulation in Mason's. Now to the motion. She requested a roll call vote, and a roll call has been granted. The secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. Senator Jazinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Barr votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote. The secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes no.
I'm sorry. Senator Duckworth votes no. Thank you. All senators having voted who desires to vote. The secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 31 noes. The motion to lay the bill on the table prevails.
Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr.
For what purpose do you rise and state the rule?
Thank you, Mr. President. Under Section 92 of Mason's, will Senator Lucero be given the floor back immediately upon the bill coming off the table?
Absolutely. Because he had the floor, but once a higher motion has been put forward, that's how we do it. So he does not lose his right. Any other discussion? Senator Dietzig.
Mr. President.
Senator Dietzig. Let me deal with this. Okay. This is for conference.
Before I see what I'm saying.
All right, members, remaining under the order of business of motions and resolutions, call on Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the foregoing recommendation and conference committee's report on Senate File number 3035 be now adopted, and that the bill be repassed as amended by the conference committee. And I request a roll call vote.
Roll call requested. Roll call is granted. Senator Champion moved that the foregoing recommendations and conference committee report on Senate File 3035 be now adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the conference committee. Senator Champion, do you want to speak to that motion? Senator Champion, do you want to speak to the motion?
I will. Thank you so very much. Members, before you is the conference committee on our Senate File 3035. The first thing I would like for you to know is that every provision that we voted on here in the Senate survived in the conference committee. And so I will go through what are some of the changes so that you'll know what some of those changes are. For an example, $22 million for Explore Minnesota. That included some festivals that were not originally there. Also, there's $6 million for the gymnastics event that Senator Herr had talked about and that there's been so much excitement around. The Promise Act that is currently and was still remains in our bill was around $100 million, but now it's $125 million. We provided some additional support for Greater Minnesota as well as other sections of the city where there are micro grants, and we believe that that is really important. We also provided $7 million more for the Minnesota Initiative Foundations, and the House wanted an extra $1 million for a project in St. Cloud, which we agreed to. $3 million for community wealth planning, community wealth building grants. That also came from the House, along with Senator Pratt. We codified Launch Minnesota in statute. African Career Education and Resource, also known as ACER, got $2 million more dollars. Well, $2 million. African Development Center got $5 million, which is a split of technical assistance as well as some other grants. Latino Chamber of Commerce got $250,000. South St. Paul American Legion site repurposing got a resource of $175,000. Latino Led also got $250,000. NCD, which is Neighborhood Development Corporation, got some small business grants, along with the Asian Economic Development Association, got $1 million, and Isaroon got $1 million. There's also a workforce for clean economy, equitable workforce grants, which was a priority for Senator Dibble that was taken from the House as well. Just so that you also know that we sustained the $50 million for targeted population workforce programs, which would distribute competitive grants across the state. And we thought that was important because we wanted to make sure, as Senator Pratt and I discussed, that those suburban ring counties would also get some additional resources. $500,000 for Southeast Simulation Center in Rochester. So if you represent Rochester, we also adopted that provision as well, or accepted that provision. $2 million for People of Power Leadership Institute, which does a lot of work with formerly incarcerated individuals around workforce, and so there's resources for that. And also there was a piece from the House for $5.15 million for the Department of Administration for capital area improvements that others believe to be really important. And so we also took workforce provisions for Greater Twin Cities United Way, Hmong Chamber of Commerce, and Ramsey County Milestone and Pathway programs with $1 million each. So there's a great cross-section of support. We made sure in the Jobs and Workforce and Economic Division that we sustained what was here in the Senate, and we wanted to make sure that there was improvement in those areas. Now, when we think about labor, I will now turn to Mr. President, if it's okay, to Senator McEwen, who will talk about the changes on the labor side of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Champion. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I am very pleased to be bringing the labor omnibus package back to the Senate. There are not many changes from the two bills that we voted on, the Labor Policy Omnibus Bill and the Labor Finance Omnibus Bill. Those are coming back to us in this bill with some minor technical changes, but in mostly the same form that they left us. However, in addition, we have also taken some items from the House and considered them in conference committee after some deliberation. The most significant of which is the provision to create an earned sick and safe time program here in the state of Minnesota. As many of us are well aware, we have these programs already in Minneapolis, in St. Paul, in Duluth, in Bloomington, and this will provide that very basic benefit to all Minnesota workers. So after that deliberation in conference committee and upon the motion of the House, we did decide to accept the earned sick and safe time into this bill. We also similarly accepted the warehouse worker protection bill from the House. And both of these provisions have gone through in our Senate, all of their committees. So we were ready to consider them, but we have accepted them from the House as part of our conference committee deliberations. So the warehouse worker protection bill, as well as the Public Employee Relations Board funding and provision from the House, and the Construction Worker Wage Protection Act. So those are some new items that are now additions and have been added into the Labor Omnibus bill. We have also, after some deliberation and discussion with various stakeholders, we did go ahead and move back to the language that we had originally heard in regard to adult and student ratios within classrooms. There was, when we heard that provision here in the Senate, a motion to remove that provision that was did receive a majority of votes, but that is now after our discussion and deliberation, that is back in the bill. And so with that, those are the biggest overall changes that we have made. And again, otherwise, the content of both the finance and policy labor bills is in more or less the same shape as when they left the Senate. Thank you.
Members, discussion on the motion to adopt. First on the list, I have Senator Draheim. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the recommendations for the Conference Committee report, Senate File 3035, be rejected and the bill be referred to the Conference Committee as formally constituted for further consideration. And if I could, Mr. President?
Senator Draheim moves that the recommendation in Conference Committee report on Senate File 3035 be rejected and that the bill be re-referred to the Conference Committee as formally constituted for further consideration. Senator Draheim, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what rule I cite, Mr. President, is Joint Rule 2.06. We just heard the chair of the Labor Committee talk about the earned sick and safe time. That was not included in any House or Senate bill before, it was not included in the bill when it left the Senate or the House. So under Joint Rule 2.06, the fourth paragraph, a conference committee report must be limited to provisions that are germane to the bill and amendments that were referred to the conference committee. A provision is not germane if it relates to a substantially different subject or is intentionally intended to accomplish a substantially different purpose from that of the bill and amendment that were referred to the conference committee. And then it goes on in the sixth paragraph, a conference committee report may not delegate rulemaking, which is included in that provision, to a department or agency or state government, or exempt a department or agency for state government rulemaking. I can go on. But read that, Mr. President. 2.06 of the joint rules clearly states that this should go back to conference committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Draheim. First, we'll go to Senator Champion, and then after that to Senator Rarick. Senator Champion to the motion to reject.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, Mr. President, I request a roll call vote.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Champion.
I'm also asking the body to reject the motion that's been put forward by Senator Draheim for the following reasons. And I'm certain that my esteemed colleague can also speak to this as well. That is, first of all, it is germane to the bill itself. When you think in jobs, the economic development, workforce, it's all applicable. Secondly, it is not for a substantially different reason. It is to make sure that individuals who are working, that are providing labor, or business owners in our community, there are some standards by which that they can measure and make sure that they are looking to provide benefits that we think will be important. In a very competitive industry and time and moment in time, we believe it's important in order to make sure that workers as well as employers have the opportunity to provide as many benefits as possible. So
Mr. President,
Senator Drazkowski, for what reason do you rise?
I move to take a 30-minute recess.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Champion. If I could respond to Senator Drazkowski. Senator Drazkowski does bring a higher motion, however, not a reason to interrupt the speaker. So, Senator Drazkowski, we're going to go back to Senator Champion, and we'll come back to you once he's done, is what I'm doing.
Mr. President?
Senator Drazkowski.
That is completely contrary to what the President directed us in the previous discussion. Exactly 180% counter to that.
Senator Drazkowski, for what reason do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Senator Drazkowski.
Mr. President, could you explain to us the difference in the ruling of the President this time and the one that preceded on the discussion around whether or not we interrupt a speaker and its association with precedent of motions?
Yes, I will, Senator Drazkowski. One moment. All right, thank you, members, for a brief moment to discuss this. Senator Drazkowski, it is this presiding officer's interpretation that although it is a higher motion, you may not interrupt the speaker. And that is the interpretation of this presiding officer. We're going to go back to Senator Champion now.
Mr. President.
Unless is rising with the point of order. Senator Lucero, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm looking at
Please state it in
Mason.
the form of a question as well, Senator Lucero. Point of inquiry. State your inquiry.
My inquiry is in regards to Mason Section 91.
Fire away.
Thank you, Mr. President. So looking at Mason Section 91, it's titled Recognition of Members, And the item number 2, when any member desires to speak or deliver any proposal to the House, the member should rise and respectfully address the presiding officer. And Mr. President, this is what I observed Senator Drazkowski to do. Mason's Section 91, item number 2 goes on to read, when the presiding officer recognizes the member by calling the member by name or by indicating recognition that the member, in this case would be Senator Drazkowski, is entitled to the floor and may address the body to present the proposal, but may not yield the floor to any other member. Okay, and this is what we observed. So then it goes on to say, the first member rising and requesting recognition, this is item number 3 now, is entitled to the floor over others, which is what happened. The presiding officer has the authority to designate the member, which I saw happen. Then if we go on to section 92, so all that happened in order, then section number 92, it says there are circumstances which the member may interrupt, which happened. Number 2 then under section 92, a member who is speaking may be interrupted for the following purposes. Raise a question of privilege. And so, Mr. President, Senator Drazkowski did raise a question of privilege, which was his motion to recess, and it is the obligation then to honor the higher order, the order of privilege in this case, by Mr. President yielding back the floor to Senator Champion. That is not what is happening, and that would be a violation of the rules. So, Mr. President, I guess my point of parliamentary inquiry is, how is it that a higher motion is being ignored and the floor is being yielded back to the previous senator?
Thank you, Senator Lucero. I do understand your point of inquiry. Thank you, members. The interpretation of the presiding officer is that although it is a higher order of motion, that it does not give the member the right to interrupt, and that we're going to return to Senator Champion, assuming that we agree that we must then return to Senator Drazkowski at the conclusion of Senator Champion's remarks. And that is my answer to your inquiry, which is that is how I've determined it. Thank you, Senator Lucero.
Mr. President,
Senator
point
Pratt,
of
for what
personal
purpose
inquiry.
do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Question of parliamentary inquiry.
State your parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. President, was it not the custom and usage less than 30 minutes ago that a member rising could in fact interrupt another member making a higher motion? And in fact, I even clarified with the previous presiding officer that the floor would be given back to the member that had it. So, Mr. President, I'm wondering why we're deviating from custom and usage established less than 30 minutes ago.
Senator Pratt, that question is not before the body, and I will take that question back, and it can be raised at the proper time. What's before the body at this point is returning to Senator Champion, as the presiding officer has ruled that the higher order motion will not allow a member to interrupt Senator Champion.
Mr. President, point of inquiry.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would respectfully disagree that this is exactly the same situation that we addressed just 30 minutes ago, and our custom and usage was established at that point. We are, in fact, bound by custom and usage when there is ambiguity. And so, Mr. President, because I'm speaking specifically on the Drazkowski motion and why this use of a higher motion is different than the custom and usage we established on a previous higher motion, I would respectfully request an answer on why we are not respecting our custom and usage.
Members, to be clear, the presiding officer has ruled that based on all the information providing, based on the arguments, that the presiding officer finds that you cannot interrupt, and we're going to go back to Senator Champion. Also, members, as we know, when you rise to state a point of inquiry, state your inquiry. It is not a time to argue or press your position. An inquiry is a question to be presented to the President. With that, it is my intention to return to Senator Champion, and at the conclusion of Senator Champion, to return then to Senator Drazkowski. That is the ruling of the presiding officer. Thank you.
Mr. President, if that was a ruling, I would appeal the ruling of the President.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Thank you, members. the presiding officer has made the decision, and we are now going to proceed under that decision. Senator Champion.
Mr.
I appeal
President,
the ruling of the president.
Mr. President, I have a point of parliamentary
Chair is
inquiry.
recognizing Senator Champion.
Point of order,
Chair
Mr. President.
recognizes Senator Champion.
Mr.
Point of
President,
order, Mr. President.
Any further points of order, points of inquiry will be considered an interruption of Senator Champion, on which the presiding officer has already ruled. Senator Champion.
Mr. President,
Mr. President, I
appeal
challenge the ruling of the
Mr. President, if I can give some information. One
you,
is I was
Senator
going to make
Champion.
this last statement is just that earned safe and sick time adds new language to Chapter 181, and that chapter was already amended by the underlining bill. If the presiding officer is also going to allow Senator Jaskowski to present our higher motion, which would be fine, that we just ask for a roll call vote to that request. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I rise to a point of parliamentary inquiry, and Mr. President, I appreciate very much your interpretation of the rules. You were right. What I want to know for this body is how we are going to properly establish custom and usage around this, and how we can be assured of continuity from one presiding officer to the other so that we can most properly, consistently maintain order in this body. Can you help me with that area of inquiry, Mr. President?
Thank you, Senator Drazkowski. Members, what we're going to do is raise points of order, raise questions, recognize speaker, debate bills, make motions, vote on bills, and when the presiding officer rules, then the body will have to live with that ruling. As to the question of how we determine custom and usage, the same as it has been for over a century in this chamber. Arguments can be made and the presiding officer will rule. Members, we're still on the motion. To the motion. Senator Lucero, are you rising to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm rising under a point of parliamentary inquiry, and I'm looking at item number 28, precedent of motions and the temporary rules.
State your inquiry, Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. My inquiry is, how is it that this presiding officer can ignore a higher motion when it specifically says under Rule 28.1, when a question is under debate, the question under debate was Senate File 3035, Senator Drazkowski rose, and then under this rule, when a question under debate, no motion be made except, and then you can see item number 2 is to recess. That being a higher motion than the question before the body, how is it that the presiding officer can simply ignore the black and white rule? And then further, part B of my question, Mr. President, is I specifically stood then after you stated that you made a ruling that I specifically asked for an appeal of the ruling of the president, and my request, which is also a higher motion, was ignored. How can these two motions be ignored and yet suggest that 100 years of custom and usage is being followed?
Thank you, Senator Lucero. We allow 1 point of inquiry per member per time, so I'll address your first inquiry first. The chair does not consider that it ignored Senator Drazkowski's motion. The chair made a ruling that Senator Drazkowski would have to wait until Senator Champion was done speaking. Please state your second point of inquiry, Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, the second part of my inquiry then is you verbally said you made a ruling, but there was no hammering of the gavel. So it wasn't immediately clear that a ruling had formally been made. But even upon your verbal stating that a ruling had been made, I specifically made a request, as did Senator Pratt, to appeal the ruling of the chair, even despite absence of the gavel. Why and how can that be ignored?
Senator Lucero, are you raising an inquiry? And if so, would you mind stating your inquiry?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, my inquiry is, upon the ruling of the presiding officer, even despite the absence of the gavel having been hammered, How was my and Senator Pratt's request for an appeal of the ruling of the presiding officer ignored?
As best I understand your inquiry, Senator Lucero, the question is why was that decision made, and I do not find that to be a proper point of inquiry. Members are still on the motion. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would ask that you reconsider Senator Lucero's question. I don't believe it was a question about the ruling. The question was why was the request to appeal the ruling of the president not honored?
Senator Pratt, I do not find that to be a proper point of inquiry. State your point of inquiry if you have a point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. President. My point of inquiry is why was the request to appeal the decision of the president not honored?
Thank you, Senator Pratt. While the chair used the word ruling, it was not a point of order. It was not a ruling that can be appealed. Thank you, Senator Pratt. Members still on the motion to adopt. Motion to
Mr.
reject,
President, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Senator Lucero, let's clarify. The motion to reject is before the body. Senator Lucero, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry, Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. You had previously said that it was a ruling, and now I just heard that it wasn't a formal ruling. Under this circumstance of the non-formal previous ruling, which I've now understood it to be categorized, how is it that a higher motion from Senator Drazkowski can be ignored absent any formal ruling?
Thank you, Senator Lucero. Senator Drazkowski is free to make his motion at this time. The matter before the body is a motion to reject. Members on the motion to reject. Further discussion on the motion to reject. A roll call has been requested. Roll call granted. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Champion yield for a question?
Senator Champion will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Champion, when the bill left the Senate and the House, there was Section 11 or Article 11 as it currently presides. There were a number of items that were not included in that bill. I looked at the conference committee report and documentation. There was no side-by-side bill comparison within the committee. Senator Champion, can you tell me when you reviewed the labor policy provisions that were adopted in this report that were passed separately? And I'm sorry, Mr. President, would Senator Champion yield?
Senator Champion.
Mr. President, I will yield. I haven't finished my question.
Yield.
I just asked if he would yield.
Senator Champion will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Champion, there were a number of provisions in the Article 11 that talk about staffing ratios, school employees, terms of employment, that were not in the original bill when it left either the Senate or the House. They were adopted in the labor policy bill, but I did not see bill comparisons addressed in the conference committee. Can you tell me when you addressed those differences between the two bills and where I might find that documentation?
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pratt, for the question. Senator Pratt, we did a side-by-side in our conference committee. That was one of the first things that we did when we got together in conference committee, that we did side-by-sides. We went through what was there, what wasn't there, and so that was a part of our process.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Champion yield for another question?
Senator Champion will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Champion, I did not see the provisions that I specifically asked about that were passed in the separate labor policy bill and the side-by-sides. Can you tell me which of the side-by-sides those articles were in and when you reviewed them?
Senator Champion.
So thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Pratt, for that inquiry. So, Senator Pratt, when we did the side-by-side, and I would defer also to our labor chair, there were a number of provisions that were not in that side-by-side that we considered, and the House and Senate did a lot of work in order to talk about those provisions and whether they would be acceptable or not, and why it would make sense for it to be with us and a part of our bill. But I would remind you that any and all the provisions that you have articulated are germane to our bill. They're about workforce and jobs and business, and so they're not substantially different from the underlying bill, which you will agree that under our rules that we can make sure that anything in the conference committee is put forward and is considered, and if it's adopted by the majority of both the House and the Senate, would and could become a part of our conference committee, which it did.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I didn't ask about germaneness. I asked about when the bill comparisons were reviewed specific to Senate File 1384. Would Senator McEwen yield for a question?
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator McEwen, the labor policy bill that was wrapped into the Jobs and Labor Omnibus bill, can you tell me when you reviewed that bill comparison with the conference committee?
Thank you. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for that question, Senator. So we did have side-by-sides available to review. Frankly, the committee did take the Senate labor policy bill. So there weren't many differences in the policy bill between the House and the Senate, except that there were those items that I mentioned in my opening comments. And in regard, I'm a little confused about whether we're talking about Article 11 or Article 12 here, but the language that we have now accepted, that after the deliberation and conference committee that we accepted, is actually the same language in for the earned sick and safe time provisions that had passed through the Senate Finance Committee. So there was very careful deliberation between the bodies and on the conference committee to consider our provisions and to adopt the bill in a very transparent and collaborative way. Thank you.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McEwen yield for another question?
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator McEwen, I do in fact have the bill comparison. It was created on April 26th. There are a number of differences between the House and Senate version. It was not posted with the conference committee. It was posted separately, yet there was not a separate conference committee convened. I will ask again, I'm not asking about the differences in the bill and what was adopted. I'm asking, when were these provisions reviewed? As our rules state, that the conference committee business must be conducted in public. Can you tell me what date, so I can go back and listen to the hearing, these provisions were reviewed and the bill comparison were debated?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pratt. We considered the earned sick and safe time provision specifically with the final vote to adopt the report out of the conference committee. So now we are putting this before the entire Senate. The entire Senate will now have the opportunity to vote in favor of that report or to reject the report. But our vote in conference committee, that the adoption was conducted in public and the full report was walked through. So members did have an opportunity to debate as we met prior to that vote, and again, it was very transparent. It was very out in the open, and we're very proud of that result that we achieved together. Thank you.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McEwen yield for another question?
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator McEwen, were Republican members of the conference committee recognized to debate that section of the bill?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pratt. As I recall, when we had the motion to adopt, I did not see anyone who raised the issue and wanted to debate it. So not to my knowledge that anyone tried or made the assertion that they had something that they needed to debate about.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, not only am I talking about earned sick and safe time, I'm talking about portions of the labor policy bill that passed the Senate that dealt with staffing ratios and terms and conditions of employment that impact the managerial rights of school boards and administrations. The reason there was no debate, the reason there was no question about these provisions was because there were no Republican members on the conference committee. Despite having members on other conference committees, whether they voted for the bill or not, this was one where there were no Republican members and there to ask a question. We weren't invited to the table, Mr. President. And Mr. President, the DE amendment was not walked through. In fact, I listened to the 28-minute hearing on May 12th, and it was simply glossed over as these are miscellaneous provisions. Senator McEwen never, or the House author, never walked through the provisions in depth. There was never a review of what was bringing in the bill until the delete everything amendment was brought forward to the body. As far as I could tell, Mr. President, from the hearing that I saw that lasted 28 minutes, no public testimony was taken on concerns around any of the new provisions that were brought into the bill. And so, Mr. President, simply based on the process, I think Senator Draheim raises a question of germaneness. I'm raising a question of process. That the author of the provision herself has told us on the Senate floor there was no debate, no discussion of these provisions until the final delete everything amendment was presented to the full committee. And Mr. President, there were no members from the minority party represented on that committee to ask these questions. Because we've been asking questions, Mr. President, you and I sit on finance, you were there for a very robust discussion around these very provisions as they came through. And yet there was nobody on that conference committee appointed from the minority to challenge. While it happened on other conference committees, it didn't happen on this one. And I find it hard to believe, Mr. President, that not one member out of 10 on the conference committee thought to say, wait, can we review these? Now, Mr. President, I know sending this back to conference committee, given the conferees we have, will not change the outcome. But, Mr. President, this has wide-ranging impact on employers and our public schools across the state. And not a single second of debate, as far as I can tell, because I've been asking when, not a single second of debate was given to these provisions. They were blindly adopted by the majority. Mr. President, this is not how the Minnesota Senate, this is not how the Minnesota legislature should be conducting its business. We owe it to the people of Minnesota. We owe it to the stakeholders who we're affecting with this legislation to take public testimony on the changes that are being proposed to be adopted. In fact, Mr. President, is the custom and usage, as someone who has chaired a conference committee, to take public testimony on these provisions before they are considered for the final conference committee report, and in many cases after. But there has always been debate before they're just blindly wrapped in to an overall delete everything amendment. And I am very disappointed, Mr. President, to hear the author state that never happened. She can't tell me when, because she stated it was only available once the delete everything amendment was presented to the committee. Mr. President, it is right to send this back to conference committee. Let's get the process right. Let's hear from the stakeholders. We should not be afraid as the Minnesota legislature to stand in front of stakeholders and have that debate on why these provisions are good. Yes, they had the debate in committee. Yes, we had the debate here on the floor. But when it comes to conference committee and this bill can no longer be amended, the conference committee has an obligation to hear that debate as well. And to say, Mr. President, that 40 pages of differences between the House and Senate version were never discussed in public, which should be adopted, which shouldn't. They may be similar, but there are differences, and I've been through that process. And we've taken it back to the conference committee, and we've had votes on those specific options. Not to delete everything. We've taken votes specifically on certain sections of the bill. In fact, the last labor bill that came out of conference committee in 2022, we took separate votes on every article in the bill. So, Mr. President and members, I know it's going to pass the conference committee. It's going to be back here on the floor. But we owe it. We owe it to the people we represent to follow the process. We owe it to the people we represent to be transparent. We owe it to the people we represent to be able to have their voice heard and not silenced. We owe it, Mr. President, to the people of Minnesota to be transparent in the business that we do. And if the majority wants to move earned sick and safe time, and if they want to move these changes to managerial rights, then they should do so without fear. They should do so and be willing to stand up in front of the stakeholders who are concerned and argue and debate the point and then adopt it specifically after hearing that deliberation. So, Mr. President, I urge members to support the Draheim amendment, or the Draheim motion.
Members, we have Senator Rarick to the motion to reject. After that, I have Senator Dornick, then Senator Champion, then Senator Abler, and we will conclude with the author of the motion, Senator Draheim. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand to support the Draheim motion, and I find it a little troubling to be told here on the Senate floor that there was a transparent process that was open. I've been called out to the hallway here a couple of times now today from groups saying exactly the opposite. Mr. President, there has been no public testimony on these new provisions. Some of these provisions were passed as standalone items in the other body, but not included in the Omnibus bill. And I think the public has the right to be able to address that conference committee who is looking to bring in things that were not there. They may be passed one chamber, but they were not expecting these items in the omnibus bill in that conference committee. And when it was brought up, the public has a right to be able to come and address that conference committee with their concerns, and that didn't happen. We have not been following the process, Mr. President, and this motion to go back to conference committee so that the public has an ability to address the members who are making those decisions is what we should absolutely be doing. We're prepared here to act on something that we cannot amend anymore, that the public needs to be able to have their voice heard. We've heard that. One of the provisions that went back is something that this body removed on the floor. and without any discussion for the public in that conference committee, it just went right back in. The public has every right to be able to address that committee and share their concerns and understand why new things have been added in. Mr. President, we must vote to re-refer this back to the conference committee so the public has their ability to address this when there can still be changes made. If we act on this today, the public is completely shut out of this process, and that is not the way the legislature should work. Vote yes.
Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of the Draheim motion. So I was the minority lead on the Labor Committee. So we had two omnibus bills. We had the first one, the finance one, and I voted no. It was again with the jobs bill. I'm a one bill, one vote guy, and if we're going to do omnibus bills, let's do them with the one title, as the Constitution says. So labor, that was what should have been in that labor omnibus bill. So I voted no. I did want to be on the conference committee, and I was not. And so when the policy omnibus came up, we did get the provision that Senator Rarick had just mentioned. And that was a key provision for me to be able to support. There were still other things in that policy omnibus bill, labor omnibus bill, that I thought there was some things that need to be worked on. So I voted yes to the policy omnibus bill. And I was not invited in to the conference committee. Now Senator McEwen, I'm not sure, maybe I could ask if Senator McEwen would yield for a question, Mr. President.
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. So my question is, Senator McEwen, that when the policy bill you decided you were going to put these together and add some of these provisions that actually, quite honestly, I've worked on quite a bit with Senator Murphy, the warehouse bill. Did you consider maybe saying, hey, you know what, we need the minority lead, he's a Republican? So my question is, wondering why that I wasn't maybe asked to be on, since I did vote for the policy side.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Dornick, for that question. Senator Dornick, I would have been very pleased to have had you be on the conference committee with us. This was not a decision that I was part of the makeup of the conference committee, so I didn't have a say in that decision. But I would note that the past 2 years, those were our first. We came in the same class, Senator Dornick and I, into the Senate, and it was made very clear to me that the rules that the Republican caucus, the majority at the time, was following was that if you wanted to be on a conference committee or to even have a chance to be considered to be on a conference committee for a bill, that you had to vote for that bill. And so that was part of the education that I had, was that there is this, at the very least, a practice within the Senate that if you intend to go in and work on a bill, to improve it, to debate it with the other body, to come out with the version of the final bill that we are going to then reconsider, that you have to have voted for the bill. And as I recall, in the last couple of years, I saw a couple of colleagues in my own caucus vote for bills that I know that they found some objectionable provisions in, but they wanted to be a part of that discussion and thought that they could add to the conference committee in that way, so they did vote for the bill for that purpose when it left the Senate. But again, and I believe, and I know that our working relationship together, Senator Dornick and I have at different points been able to work very well together, and I would have very much welcomed him on the conference committee as well. But I believe that the jobs, of course, the jobs bill is sort of the umbrella of what we're doing here, and I believe that we didn't have a vote on the jobs bill from a Republican colleague for that conference committee. But again, that's all I know about that piece. Thank you.
Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen, for the answer. Thank you for the kind words, too. I appreciate that. So probably you didn't hear me on Friday night, I guess I spoke and I talked about this issue and the process and the things that I see that are disappointing. So when the tax bill was passed and the vote was 33-34 and there was no Republican vote on that one either, that a member from across the aisle, your party, came over to one of our members and said, "You will be on that committee," because they recognized how valuable that individual was, the knowledge he had of the tax policies and had been working on it for years. And I being the one of the, now you can correct me if I'm wrong, Senator McEwen or any that are on the committee, I believe I'm the only blue-collar worker, union, carpenter, 1382, my brother's out there, for 33 years. I worked in the trades, worked with plumbers, laborers, and I know what collaborate means. And collaborate does not mean, the meanings I see of Senator McEwen, the way you describe collaboration, is not what I saw on the job site. Not working together to get the job done with non-union people, with union people, all different trades. We collaborated to get the job done for the good of the people, for the good of those who we were working for. You know, and it's, I've always said through almost every day in the committee that when I spoke, it was always labor and business work together. And our job as business owners, those that have, I mentioned there was over 500,000 small business owners in Minnesota, their most valuable asset is their workers, and they want them to be safe. And the relationship for many of those small business owners with their workers is so vital. So I guess my point is, very disappointed that I wasn't on. I think that with the experience of both being in the labor end of it and also as a small business owner, not of just the economy, caused me to have to, well, I got laid off, so I started my business, family business, which is in the construction trade. So with that, I strongly support the Draheim motion to refer. There's still, like I said, many issues. I won't get into some of the ones, specifically the warehouse bill, which I'll talk to later. But with that, Mr. President, thank you.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll be really brief. I just want to make sure that the record is really clear. I understand the importance of this motion to reject. I'm asking the body to not support the motion to reject the committee report for the following reasons. One, I want to make sure that it's clear that it's just not diminished as if it was just a mere walkthrough and no one was given an opportunity to really speak against it. In fact, nonpartisan staff, I thought, did a really good job, both on the fiscal side as well as on the policy side, to articulate what the concerns or the issues are. We also provided an opportunity for members and others to react to that information one way or the other. The DE1 was posted. It gave everyone an opportunity by which to see it, and not to mention that it was, you know, we've been having robust conversations throughout the process, because as you know, our bill was passed early on. There was a lot of discussion with a cross-section of individuals. And let's be clear, I'm the first to say that no matter if there are those who are a part of my party or not a part of my party, we are not monolithic. So when something comes up, whether they agree, they will speak to the question and speak to the issue. And so from our vantage point, there's always room for improvement, but there was transparency. We wanted to make sure that we did it in public so that others can see, that they can react, and we provided everyone sitting at the table an opportunity to speak in real time. So I'm just asking for the members to reject the underlying notion here, the motion that is before the body, and we can continue to, you know, talk about whether you support or don't support some provisions in the bill, and then we can decide whether we're going to accept it or reject it, because you always have an opportunity to reject it, like others who support it can also accept it. So thank you for that, and thank you to the members for just taking the time to hear from me.
Senator Abler.
cool. I thought I was one more down the road. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, actually I voted for both bills. Senator Dornick, and then there's I'm curious, you know, I guess, with all respect, for the moment, presiding officer, it just depends who the presiding officer is on things, which is curious to me. It depends who's behind the scenes making decisions somehow. But I thought for sure I was going to be on this conference committee. We actually would, but I just need to clarify something. Would Senator Champion yield for a question?
Senator Champion will yield. Senator Abler.
So, Senator Champion, I think this is made up of two bills. I don't remember the number for the labor bill, but Senate File 3035 and then the other one. Were there any other bills that the Senate passed on the Senate side that were rolled into this bill before it became this conference committee?
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I believe that the question is whether there's any other bills that were part of being rolled up in the job bill. And the answer to that is no. There was only jobs, and over in the House, they had it bifurcated. So there's the workforce and economic development side. So we had two House members who were chairs from the House who were also at the table outside of also the chair of labor that was also from the House side. So no, at one time there was some thinking that maybe another bill would also be coupled in with the jobs and labor bill, but no, it was only jobs and labor.
Yeah.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I thought maybe I missed something because, like Senator Dornick voted for the policy version of half and then didn't vote for the finance version of half. And I thought maybe I had missed another piece that I had voted against because I couldn't vote for that, and actually come to find out I didn't. And so, and actually, Mr. President, I actually had a good feeling toward a good part of the labor bill, a few things to work out, but I was kind of friendly to a lot of it, and I was pretty friendly to a lot of the other bill, and so I actually agreed in a substantial amount, certainly well more than half of the bills that were there. So, Mr. President, do you know who would have decided that I wouldn't be invited to be in that conference committee, or in lieu of me, Senator Dornick, who actually is an expert on the topic? Do you know who made that decision, or who I can even ask?
Senator Abler, are you asking a member to yield?
I'm seeking parliamentary inquiry. Mr. President, who would I even ask that question of? You're on the group that decides things, and so at the time this decision was made, someone decided not to invite me, and I'm curious if you would know who I could ask about perhaps why I was not invited.
Senator Abler, I don't believe that issue is before the body, and I do not find that to be a proper point of parliamentary inquiry, but Senator Abler, you do still have the floor.
Well, thank you. Mr. President, I think part of the reason I think we should send it back is it might have been useful to have a voice from both sides in this. And I presented myself as an opportunity, as an option to the conferees to have the voice. Too much of this session, Mr. President, has been one voice with no other voice. The bill that we did on Friday was an example of such a bill that could have used another voice, and no one voted for that, and I understand they didn't have to, although there have been exceptions where Senator Rest allowed Senator Weber to be on the tax committee, even though he didn't vote for it because they were valuing the voice. So it seems like a kind of a flexible policy. But, Mr. President, a reason this should go back is I should be appointed to the conference committee and then to sort out some things that actually might bridge the gap on some of the concerns that Senator Dornick and others have, or failing the choice of me to be that person, allow Senator Dornick to go in lieu of me because he actually could offer some thoughtful advice. Mr. President, this bill should go back to conference. That's my point, and I'm going to stick with that idea. We'll talk about some more things later, perhaps, for failing that test. And I don't wake up in the morning thinking how I could feel disrespected or, gee, that's unfair. I've been here 24 years, Mr. President. If you have that issue, you should find a different line of work. If you want a friend, buy a dog, that whole kind of idea. If you want some affirmation, have Mother's Day yesterday and let your mom tell you that she's so proud of you. And I hope you got that too, Mr. President, yesterday in preparation for today. But there is something to be said for customs and for inclusion. And I think that a lot of the members that when they knocked on doors, they said, Well, maybe they didn't say it. I'm going to work with one side and not listen to the other side at all. I've got my ideas in mind. If you send me, I'm going to represent 51% of you, and I'm going to ignore 49%. I don't think anybody has said that, Mr. President. And the reason we have customs, we argued about a custom earlier about interrupting or not, and I'm not even sure which is right anymore. I'm confused because I've got 2 presiding officers and 2 rulings, and it's welcome to the Senate. But I think, Mr. President, having toured the state in a statewide race some years ago and having gone to a good number of doors, do you know what people want, Mr. President? And that's not an inquiry, it's a rhetorical question. Mr. President, I'll tell you what they want, since I can't answer that question as a proper way to interrupt myself. They want us to work together and get things done. And Mr. President, I will proffer to you, since I have to look at you and I can't look at anybody else on the floor, that they hardly care what it is we get done. There are limits. They want us to have normal things. They would like it to be between the right 40-yard line and the left 40-yard line and not be in the red zone so much as we've been this session. I think as we go back out to the doors this autumn and next year, as the members of the body discover, they're going to go like, whoa, nobody expected that. And so the reason we have customs, Mr. President, is to bring all the voices in. And I think as we went to the doors, I think we implied, I'm going to listen to all the voices. You're not voting for me. I will still listen to your voice. I'm going to listen to the voice of the whatever majority-minority party is, and I'm going to find a way to make that work out. Well, Mr. President, this bill should go back to conference because it didn't include the voice of a whole, nearly half of this body. When there was a person who put himself up to take a little bit of heat to vote for all of it, and another individual who had great reservations but was willing to work on it to resolve it. And so what we've got now is something that one side likes pretty well. Although, Mr. President, there's things in this bill that 2 members of your body voted against with strong feelings. And yet even their voice was ignored. So this bill doesn't even represent the majority of this body. And maybe they'll vote for the bill today because it's, they feel like they have to. You know, the pressure of a caucus is incredible. Having been the member of a one-person caucus over the years, a one-person majority, and believing in things as I do, it's often a struggle. So in caucus, we would say, I'm not voting for that, and shockingly, it wouldn't appear. And on the floor, these 2 members voted against one of the provisions, and their voice didn't matter at all. So why'd they even come? Why'd they work so hard to get elected just to be ignored? And if you can ignore a member of the other side who, by any standard at all, would be allowed to be on the conference committee, then welcome to the world of being chopped liver, Mr. President, with all respect to liver. It's just too bad. And I think if I were allowed to be on the conference committee, or Senator Dornick, who actually has a great deal of expertise on the labor side, you might have found yourselves accepting a little bit of language to make it work just a little bit better. And I believe he has some comments at third reading if this motion should sadly fail. But this bill is going to cause harm that it doesn't have to cause. And that harm could have been ameliorated, which I'm not sure that word's been used on the floor in a good long time, Mr. President. But this bill could have been the problems could have been ameliorated by having another voice of a person who's there with sincerity to make it work better. I was told by a member on the other side of the across the street, you know, you're not in charge. And I said, Representative, whomever, I understand I'm not in charge. But I think there's always a voice for a thoughtful dissonance and constructive advice to make a bill better. This bill doesn't have any of that. And it's really thick and it's heavy, and if I wanted to build my biceps, I could lift this up a few times because it got bigger than what it was when it left here. And there were some things that I was hoping would be fixed. And the reason this should go back is there's a proposal for safe and sick time. And Mr. President, we debated in committee, but we never got to debate it on the floor as a whole. And there's some members of this body who never got a chance to see that face to face, or is that the right term? What's the term for when you debate something in person, live? So they didn't have a chance to be there to offer their thoughts to the author of the bill, to the body, to the chamber, to offer an amendment, perhaps. They never had that chance because it never got in front of them. And their voice was denied. That's the reason, Mr. President, why I was concerned about the bill that we passed on Friday, where 60% of that came back as stuff we hadn't done here. And some of those were very bad items, which the state will continue to pay for. And this bill here is going to impact some businesses, some of whom should do a little better job. But there's some very unreasonable pieces of this bill which should be fleshed out with the help of me or Senator Dornick, and that's of a great concern of mine. Further, Mr. President, this bill should go back to get some money stuck in it. Safe and sick time, for all its merits, is actually going to cost many small businesses some money. And so they are not wealthy. It's going to cost one entire industry some money, Mr. President, specifically the nursing homes and all the home-based community services, all the people in healthcare that do not, in many cases, are they able to provide that safe and sick. And so it costs about 2%. And there was a concern that they would be funded. And maybe, I don't know who could answer the question. Maybe Senator Marty could yield for a question, Mr. President.
Will Senator Marty yield? Senator Marty will yield. Senator Abler.
And I would ask Senator Hoffman, but clearly I can tell you he's not sitting here. So, Senator Marty, is there funding in here for nursing homes and home community-based services to pay for the safe and sick time, which I estimate to cost about 2%?
Senator Marty.
Mr. President, I believe we dealt with that in Senate Finance Committee when the bill came up, and I'm not sure all the details of what's in the bill. I will be glad to look at it.
Senator Abler.
Well, okay. Well, Mr. President, we're about to pass a conference report. Admittedly, they did not get the proper commentary. Maybe nobody asked that question in committee. Maybe I'll ask somebody else to answer the question. But I presume it was, I believe it was covered in the Senate version. But Mr. President, there was no Senate version brought forward. No nuance of all the hearings that Senator Pappas took that bill to. Would Senator Champion yield for a question?
Senator Champion, will you yield? Senator Champion will yield. Senator Abler.
Yes, I will yield.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate that Senator Marty wouldn't have to know that, although he is the finance chair, charged with $65 billion or so of overseeing spending. But he wasn't in the committee. So, Senator Champion, do you know if there's funding in here to cover the 2% cost increase for nursing homes, day services, home care, non-emergency medical transportation, and the like?
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to Senator Abler. So, Senator Abler, if I understand your question, the earned safe and sick time is being paid for, not in our bill, but there's another separate financial provision that pays for this provision.
Senator Abler.
Well, that seems like good news, Mr. President. Will Senator Champion yield again?
Senator Champion will yield. Senator Abler.
I'm unaware of that provision. I know it's not in the Human Services bill. So, Senator Champion, where is that money being carried?
Senator Champion.
So just so that we're clear, we're paying for the compliance piece under our bill. So we are paying for it, the compliance piece under our bill.
Senator Abler.
Okay. Well, would Senator Champion yield again?
Senator Champion will yield. Senator Abler.
So, Senator Champion, you said there's money being carried. So there's compliance in your bill, and it makes sense. It's a jobs bill and all the department stuff. So, is it incorrect then that there's money in a different bill to pay for the 2% increase in costs for probably 200,000 staff and tens of thousands of clients?
Senator Champion.
Mr. President and Senator Abler, just for clarity, let me self-correct myself. We're paying for safe and sick time compliance in our bill. That's what we are responsible for. That is what we are paying for.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And if I had been on the conference committee, I would have pointed this out there. I wouldn't have had to use up the committee's time with any of these points. The floor's time. So when Senator Hoffman's bill, who's still not here, left the floor, if you recall the dialogue, what about nursing homes? And as you recall, Mr. President, many are closing, many are burning through reserves, many are barely able to stay open. Hospitals are full of people in them that cannot get out because there's nowhere to go in a nursing home, an assisted living, or other care facility they might need, depending upon their challenges. The governor finally had a proposal to put $41 million into an emergency program to try to find a place to put these individuals, which I don't believe is in the Human Services bill either, which that'll be a different discussion. But anyway, there was a plan. At least the governor had a plan. But I don't believe that nursing homes are not. A lot of them are not able to afford safe and sick time. For all the merits and all the challenges and the good things that safe and sick time would resolve, where people have to be with a sick child or somebody, it may be a good thing, but it may be damaging to the individuals. I know my superintendent talked about some of these proposals, including paid family leave, which is another issue not in this bill, and the cost of safe and sick time and others that will result in better working situations for many people. And Mr. President, I am happy about that. I think it's time that we try to help individuals feel secure in these jobs, create career ladders, and find them to stay in that industry, particularly in this long-term care industry. But Mr. President, I will tell you, I don't know one nursing home that is 2% that's not able to provide this benefit because they don't have the money, that has the money in the bank to pay for this. And so the reason that, well, I'm not going to speak for him, he's not here, but that the reason that this went through our committee, and I believe there was an amendment put on there to pay for this feature in the Human Services Committee to make sure that that 2% was actually there to cover the needs of this. And with that not being in here, Mr. President, if people vote for this thing, they're voting to put a 2% hit on places that do not have the means to even do operations now. They're burning through reserves, and they are going to find more nursing homes closing, more people stuck in hospitals, because now they're in the ER because there's no bed even to be admitted. And I think that's a problem. And the reason we should go back and fix this, Mr. President, is because we don't want to put a burden on these places which would actually be favorable to this policy. And in the other, at least in the paid family leave bill, there was 1/8 of the money put forward to do one-time funding, at least handle the employee share. There's not a penny put here. But, Mr. President, in this bill, there's money for compliance. So if we decide that they haven't complied with the money they don't have, as they begin to lay off staff and burn through their reserves and maybe close, that they will be found to be either they'll be in compliance with trying to accomplish this. Mr. President, aren't we here to do the best for Minnesota? Aren't we here to find the better idea? With $17 billion, and your side wants to add more costs and fees and all that, so now we're at $26 billion. Do you think in $26 billion we couldn't find a few $100 million to fill the hole in nursing homes so more of them don't close? So the group homes, which can't find staff, we're short 50,000 workers in those because they can't afford to pay them more than $14. The other bill does a little something, but still not enough. Isn't that something we should be committed to? So, Mr. President, I voted for both bills, hoping to be the voice in that committee, not knowing this would come up, but here it has, and my voice would have been useful. And so you're all going to vote for this, and most people aren't even listening to me, except the people maybe outside are, because they thought when you all took over and we ran that we were going to work together and get some good stuff done. And this bill has wonderful things in it, and I voted because of those wonderful things. Some of the labor policies, I actually like them. I'm just disappointed that we've come to this point. So, Mr. President, please, let's send this thing back. Let's make it better. Let's not hurt nursing homes. Let's not hurt group homes. Let's look at this negotiation policy to where we can negotiate class ratios that 2 of your members on your side, Mr. President, agreed should not go forward. It came out of the Senate bill. And find a way that, again, in the words of my superintendent, as we negotiate ratios, and I'm not going to go on about that. I'm sure people will talk about that later. You're actually going to create a few better jobs for some people and actually less jobs. And this is actually going to work its way toward undermining the very thing you're trying to do with your increased education spending. So, I don't know. I didn't intend to go unduly long, but I just think the point had to be made, and having made the point, I will then stop. But members, please vote red, or please vote green on this motion to send it back to conference. And let's make it better. So you might get 10 or 15 votes from us and then say, look what we did together. A better bill serving Minnesota. Thank you.
Members, we have Senator Lucero and then the author of the motion to reject, Senator Draheim. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to pick up right where Senator Abler just left off. Let's send this back to conference. Let's reject this conference committee report. Let's send it back to the conference committee to pick up Republican votes. Why would I assert that, Mr. President? Why would I plead for that? Because as you know, Mr. President, And as this body very well knows, I am very much one who fights for bipartisan legislation. I believe that when it comes to this topic and any topic, we can and should be working together. And to achieve that, we need to have voices that represent all Minnesotans at the table. And as we've heard, all of the voices that represent the diverse cross-section, the broad interests of Minnesota, in fact, specifically, the members of this body that represent the 49% of Minnesotans who voted against the majority were not part of these conversations. And so I rise to support the Draheim motion. Now, I do have several questions on several provisions that are in the conference committee report that I think will help to clarify why we should vote green on the Draheim motion to reject this conference committee report. And so for that, and to help provide an illustration of that, I would ask Senator Champion to yield, if he would.
Senator Champion, will you yield? Senator Champion will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Champion. And Senator Champion, I would draw your attention to page 77, which speaks about the wage protection and construction workers. And while Mr. President, Senator Champion is turning there, I will read a portion beginning on line 77.25, which reads, "For purposes of this section, a construction contract shall not include a home improvement contract for the performance of the home improvement between a home improvement contractor and the owner of an owner-occupied dwelling." So there's an exclusion here. By the way, this is the definition of a construction contract. So it's providing the scope of the construction contract, but then there's language that says, despite the scope, what is not included or what's excluded is the following, and that's what I'm reading there. So it's the home improvement project of an owner-occupied dwelling between that owner and hiring a contractor or a general contractor. That's one of the exceptions. Then, at the beginning of line 77.28, there's an and. So there will be two exceptions. The first is the one I just read. Then here it gets into the second exception, which will not be included in the definition of a construction contract. And it goes on to say, a home construction contract for one or two family dwelling units. Okay. Except, so now there's another except embedded within the except. So we're already reading a string of exceptions, and then there's a second except within that. So the first is the home improvement. The second is home construction contract for one or two family dwelling units, except where those units, such contract or contracts results in the construction of one or more than 10 one or two family owner-occupied dwellings. And so what I would draw the attention to, Mr. President and Senator Champion, and hence the first of my questions is, in the part on line 77.28, after the word and, it reads a home construction contract for one or two family dwelling units, but it doesn't have the owner-occupied qualifier on that part. The owner-occupied qualifier only comes to the second portion. And so I read this, Mr. President, and hence my question for Senator Champion to clarify. There is an exception when there's home construction of one or two family dwelling units, but the 10 or more only apply to the owner-occupied. So the way I read this is, if a general contractor on a site or in a development is creating single-family, one or two family dwelling units, as long as they are not owner-occupied, so I could construct 11 non-owner-occupied dwelling units, then that would also be qualified in this exception. Can Senator Champion confirm that?
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lucero. if you look at natural statutory construction, you will understand that there are a variety of different ways by which to read this provision. So that I will make sure that you're getting all the accurate information, I'm going to ask that you defer, or even the members defer to Senator McEwen for any provisions under labor, because she is the chief author for labor. I'm the chief author for workforce and economic development and jobs.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. If Senator McEwen, I'm going to repeat the question, but I will start with, will she yield for a question?
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And because, Mr. President, I was abiding by the custom and usage of this body, I was looking squarely at you in the first round of my attempt to answer the question. I don't know if Senator McEwen was in the body, and she may not have heard my question. So I'll repeat the question.
I have heard the question, Mr.
So, Mr. President and Senator McEwen, thank you for yielding. I would draw your attention to line 77.25, and it reads there's an exception. One of the exceptions is if the home improvement is occurring by an owner or within an owner-occupied dwelling. The second exception would be is if there's home construction of 1 or 2 family dwelling units. But then it goes on to say, except if there are more than 10 1 or 2 family dwelling units being developed. So if I am constructing 11 non-owner occupied home dwelling units on a single site, does that qualify for the exception in this definition? Why or why not?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator, for that question. The owner-occupied language is in both clauses, for example, at 77.27 and 77.30. And, you know, as I'm listening to this, and I do have a question that I want to raise, but what this really goes to is the direction that those of us who are working in the conference committee took from this body and from our colleagues across the ideological spectrum to please continue to take suggestions for these bills. Please engage in conversation with supporters, detractors, people who might want to see some change. We did engage in conversation as we moved into conference. We took a look, we had meetings with people who wanted to see changes, and we have done that, Mr. President, across the board in virtually every bill that makes up this omnibus. Extensive, ongoing discussion and collaboration. Suggestions taken from people who at the end of the day will probably never support the bill. But they have an idea and they come to us and they say, could you make this small change? Because if you did, it might make us a little bit easier for us to go ahead and live with this. We took those suggestions seriously. We didn't take all of them, but we did take some of them, including some changes around some of these provisions around this wage protection and construction workers. So I take issue, Mr. President, with some of the theme that we have heard in the debate to debate, which is, as I will remind our body, the question that we are debating is the motion to reject. And now here, as the author of the Labor Omnibus Bill, I'm getting detailed questions about the wage protection and construction worker provisions down to the minutia of, line 77.26. Respectfully, that veers far from the question before the body, which is whether or not this deserves a yay or nay on the motion to reject. So to the question that has been posed by Senator Lucero, this really does go to the collaboration, the ongoing collaboration and suggestions that were taken. And I, as long as we're on this topic, I am going to say something that is really important, I think, to note. And that is, I fear, colleagues, that some of us are learning the wrong lesson because of the behavior of this body. Throughout this session, I have watched my colleagues who are lead authors of worker protection bills meet over and over again with business representatives, with all of you, open door, come on in, let's talk about it, make changes to their bills at your suggestion and request, and still, Mr. President, still pushback and rejection of going forward together in collaboration. I fear that the wrong lesson will be learned. The lesson that collaborating will only make the bill more favorable to people that will never support your bill. That in fact, that the suggestions for change, the suggestions for improvement are not that, but actually are an attempt to water down a bill that was good in the first place when you brought it. So I reject these notions. I reject the notions that there has not been enough transparency. We have bent over backwards to collaborate and to take suggestion. In this bill, and just about every bill that has come before this body, going into conference, continuing on with those discussions, continuing on looking at possible changes and suggestions. So to the question that I was just asked, the very technical question about the language of the bill, that again, Mr. President, I do not feel goes to the motion to reject or the question before the body. It reflects that collaboration. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McEwen yield for a question?
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen. I always appreciate the conversations that you alluded to, and I appreciate clarifications. So the question before the body is the bill before the body, and within the bill before the body is these provisions on line 7714, beginning on line 7714 through the end of the page, and it goes on beyond that, but I'm focusing on these provisions on this portion of page 77. And the question before the body includes in its entirety underlined language. And the underlined language represents brand new language. And the brand new language includes details. And the details matter. Because when it comes to enforcement of these provisions, general contractors such as myself need to know and have clarity and understanding of the provisions. So while it might appear to be technical or detailed, well, Mr. President, that is indeed the case because details matter. The difference between 10 homes and 11 homes, while it might be just a number on a page, 10 versus 11, that can be a major difference into the exception that's written here in plain black and white, and therefore, thus, the clarity that I'm seeking, again, as a general contractor, and as one in an industry that is filled with great people working hard to build quality construction to reduce the cost of housing by increasing the supply of housing. So in the regards to housing, and specifically 1 or 2 family dwelling units, Mr. President, while it is an accurate statement that Senator McEwen made, that on line 77.27, the words owner-occupied dwelling do appear there at the end of that line. And I would draw attention, Mr. President, and to Senator McEwen that there is a comma at the very end of that line after owner-occupied dwelling. The reason that there's a comma is that is a separator between the first qualifier in this provision and then the second qualifier, which begins with the word and on 77.28, is a separate provision, yet within the same sentence. And so the owner-occupied dwelling reference at the end of line 27 is not pertinent to the remaining of that sentence. What is pertinent is on line 77.28, it makes a reference to an exception of these family dwelling units. But in there, as I would draw your attention, Mr. President, noticeably absent is that same verbiage of owner-occupied. That is not in there. It just makes a reference to 1 or 2 family dwelling units. Well, Mr. President, 1 or 2 family dwelling units, a 1-family dwelling unit is just a standard single-family home. A 2-family dwelling unit would be more commonly known as a duplex. So I'll just refer to it as that. A single-family home or a duplex. So if a single-family home or a duplex are being constructed, they can be constructed for 2 types of targets. The first target might be an owner-occupied buyer. Another type of buyer would be a buyer who's not intending to owner-occupy it. And so these home construction of a single family or a duplex could be non-owner occupied buyer. But then you would also see there's an except there. So then there's an exception to the exception. It's an exception squared. And so that exception then is a qualifier to this, because it says when there is 10 or a construction of 10 or more owner-occupied on line 30. So the owner-occupied appears on line 30 but does not appear on line 28. Therefore, Mr. President and Senator McEwen, my question is, can I, as a general contractor, build 11 single-family or duplex homes with the intention of selling them to non-owner occupied? Because if that's the case, at least it's my reading, then the exception to this on line 7730 doesn't kick in, because that specifically refers to owner occupied. Again, can I build 11 non-owner occupied homes and still fall outside of the scope of this definition?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure I heard what that question was. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will absolutely happily repeat the question. So I would draw Mr. President and Senator McEwen's attention to page 77. And specifically on line 77.22, there's a definition of construction contract. And in the definition of construction contract, beginning on line 7725, for purposes of this section, a construction contract shall not include, and it speaks about what's not going to be included, and that is a home improvement by an owner-occupier, or, and that's where line 77.28 begins, in the scenario that a home construction contract is put together and has the scope of a 1 or 2 family dwelling unit, then on line, okay, so then you would stop right there. So if I'm constructing a home construction contract for 1 or 2 family dwelling unit, then I could read that, or at least it would be my understanding, that the home construction contract would not apply. But then it goes on to say that on line 77.30, that there's an exception to that if there is 10 or more single-family homes being constructed, then this exclusion is itself excluded, meaning the double exclusion cancels each other out. So therefore, my question is, as a general contractor, if I am building 11, not 10, I'm going one above what's written on line 77.29. If I'm building 11 single-family homes, but they're not, as line 7730 reads, owner-occupied, instead they're going to be non-owner-occupied rental units, does this scope apply to that scenario?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero. I'm going to find the answer to your question, and just give me a moment, and I'll get back to you. Thanks.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'm not really good at killing time, So I'm not sure what to do here, because I do have a series of questions for Senator McEwen. But what I could speak about is this scenario where this does matter and does make a difference. Because I did hear in some of the earlier remarks that we shouldn't be speaking, or it was something to the effect of that the minutia or the details, the technical matter, isn't what we should focus on, but instead the broader conversation of wage theft. I think it was something along those lines. I take exception to that, because words mean things. Details matter. And when it comes to applying or defending or enforcing the law, the difference between 10 and 11 can have an enormous magnitude of impact. And so that's why when I read this language, as I have pointed out in almost every conference committee report that's come before this body, I've identified the vagueness of the language. The vagueness of the language allows for loopholes. It allows for unintended consequences. And so, Mr. President, because I can't see Senator McEwen, I will stop as soon as she's ready with that answer, but just flag me, and that way I can know. And then I will yield to her for the answer that she is looking up right now. And so that's why this matters, because as the lead on the Housing Committee, we have heard over and over and over again from various testifiers from a broad spectrum, cross-section of Minnesota, the explosion in the cost of housing, whether it be owner-occupied, as we're discussing here, or whether it be rental, as we're actually also discussing here in the scope of my question. Because the more that people have to pay to housing is less that they have available in their fixed income potential budgets to pay for food, medicine, education, their children. And I do know that school is about to come to an end here. In fact, I know every single one of us, Mr. President, are signing graduation letters. And as summer is upon us, those students will be graduating from school, and they're going to be in the middle of summer, and they're going to be looking for something to do. And parents are going to need to fund these extracurricular activities, whether it be sports, etc. And the more money that parents are putting into the skyrocketing cost of housing in Minnesota, that is less money and therefore less opportunity that children across Minnesota have to be participants in perhaps band over the summer, perhaps different types of boot camps for basketball or baseball. These are very important for our children to have these experiences. And if parents don't have the money because they're spending it on housing as a result of vague provisions like this under Democrat bills, that's not a good thing, Mr. President. And that's why, as one with experience in this industry, I'm asking the question. Because I know right now there are developers. It is, as I mentioned, graduation is upon us. What also is upon us is the construction season. As the potholes that we see testify of the amount of construction that's needed across Minnesota in these, some of these potholes are so incredibly big, construction is needed. And these general contractors and these subcontractors are putting together their contracts that are going to be used to make improvements or to build new construction. And when they're putting their contracts together, when they're putting pencil to paper, the details of, do I construct a 10-unit development or do I construct an 11-unit development matter. Now, how will that decision be made, Mr. President? 10 versus 11. That is going to be made based on this language. This language on lines 77.28 and 77.30 will be the defining moment when that contract might have 10 versus 11. Now, if my understanding is correct in this language, Mr. President, and my understanding being that non-owner occupied units would not be in scope of this wage theft provision, I can tell you what's going to happen, Mr. President. Contractors are going to begin to create developments and construct homes, whether it be for one family or potentially duplexes, 2-unit construction projects, that are not targeted to be sold at owner-occupied. That's what's going to happen. And I recall early on, as a member of the Housing Committee, early on in this session, we heard a bill, it was a Senator Bolden bill, that sought to limit the conversion of single-family homes from owner-occupied to non-owner-occupied. And my understanding when that bill hearing was happening was that there was an interest to dissuade non-owner-occupied developments and or neighborhoods from being taken over from larger corporations, out-of-state corporations, etc. This provision, my reading of it, if I understand it correctly, is clearly contrary to that. This will actually incentivize the further construction of non-owner occupied homes as long as they're 11 or more. Now, that could be the form of 11 single-family homes, or it could be in the form of 6 duplexes. Actually, I take that back. Nope, it doesn't say that. It doesn't speak about units. It speaks about, actually, that's a really good point, Mr. President. Home construction contract for 1 or 2 family. That will be a question I would ask, I guess I would ask, not now, she's still researching, when she's there. So, Mr. President, you don't have to stand yet. But another of the questions that I will ask for her eventually will be, how is the number 10 derived? Because it says owner-occupied dwellings. So if a dwelling has a shared wall, it's a single home, but has a shared wall, which could be a duplex, or I guess it could be, there are other forms, not just duplexes. Twin home would be another example. A twin home is one where the property line runs right down the middle of the home. A duplex is where the entirety of the structure is within a single.
Mr. President, point of
Senator McEwen,
parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of inquiry.
Mr. President, what is the question before the body?
Senator McEwen, we are debating the motion to reject by Senator Draheim. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sincerely puzzled by that question to the presiding officer because it was my understanding that Senator McEwen was looking up an answer. So I was trying to go through some of the details of why that matters. And I don't know if she has forgotten the question before the body, as was my understanding she was researching. I'm truly puzzled how somebody could be researching that and lose focus on what the question is before the body. But I will ask, maybe she's ready now, if Senator McEwen would yield for a question.
Senator McEwen, will you yield? Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen. I'm just hoping, you had earlier said that you would be able to look up the question. My question is, and pertains to this provision on the bottom of page 77, if I construct as a general contractor 11 single-family homes that are not owner-occupied, will that fall within the definition of construction contract?
Senator McEwen.
Yes.
Senator Lucero.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. If she would yield for another question.
Senator McEwen, will you yield? Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you could elaborate, Senator McEwen, I'm sincerely looking to know how, if you could just read where you're seeing, because my reading of that is that the owner-occupied doesn't apply if it's 10 or more. So if you could just provide some clarity in your answer, how is it that you've derived that 11 non-owner-occupied would also be in scope?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we've heard from Senator Lucero and sort of interesting delving into this exception that has been written into this definition of construction contract for the purposes of wage protection for construction workers. So the provision here is really designed to get to the heart of where we are seeing wage theft, where wage theft is the worst. So first of all, the language is not confusing. So if we look at the definition for construction contract under this law, it means a written or oral agreement for construction, different types of construction, remodeling, etc. For purposes of this section, for the definition, a construction contract shall not include a home improvement contract for the performance of a home improvement between a home improvement contractor and the owner of an owner-occupied dwelling. So if you who live in your house are having a contract with a contractor and they're performing some home improvement projects for you, this section isn't really designed to get at that relationship. This is not what that pertains to. And then it goes on, and a home construction contract for 1 or 2 family dwelling units, okay? So, and a home construction contract for 1 or 2 family dwelling units. So where you have the construction of a 1 or 2 family unit, these are the small projects where this also would apply, except where such contract or contracts results in the construction of more than 10 1 or 2 family owner-occupied dwellings at one project site annually. Colleagues, this is simple stuff. It really, really is. We're going after situations where workers are being exploited. They're not being paid the wages that they agreed to work for. On these larger projects especially, this is a big problem. So again, this goes to the answer that I first gave when we heard this question about half hour ago, which is we've been talking to people. We've learned about the situations that maybe this doesn't need to apply to. The smaller situations, perhaps. We've made compromises. What this definition goes to is that we want to focus in on where we are seeing the wage theft happen the most. And we are going to be reasonable about making sure that we're not policing wage theft in certain small construction projects. That's all this is. So, again, very simple stuff, very straightforward stuff. If, as people are working through the language of the bill, as we're going forward, if you need answers to questions such as some of these more technical ones that we've been hearing, we will get you the answer. There are experts, both from the workforce and from industry, who have contributed to the language of this bill and the various provisions. So, as needed, we can consult them. We can get as much information as you want. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I would have to disagree with the chief author. I think I understood what her intent is with this language. She articulated that, I think, very clearly. But her intent somehow got lost in translation to being printed black and white on the pages. Because the intent, as I understood her to say, is these smaller projects that are, as I see it, up to 10 owner-occupied. But when there's 11, the owner-occupied doesn't apply to line 77.28. It doesn't apply. It's not there. I believe, if I understand the intent of the author, that the verbiage that's on line 77.30, owner-occupied dwellings, should replace the verbiage on line 77.28 where it reads dwelling units. So it should have, if I understand correctly, it should have read a home construction contract for 1 or 2 family owner-occupied dwelling units. That's what it should read to accurately capture what she's seeking. But that's not what it reads. And because that's not what it reads, this is going to allow me, as long as I'm not building the owner-occupied units on line 7730, as long as I'm building more than 10 and they're non-owner occupied, then that would fall within scope of a construction project of single-family dwelling units of 11 or more non-owner occupied. And then therefore, I don't fall within this provision. So again, I just draw this attention, Mr. President, as one, this is the first of probably a dozen provisions in here I'm going to highlight why the Draheim motion needs to be supported. To send this back, to reject this conference committee report, send it back to conference committee so the intent of the author can either be captured accurately or delete this provision altogether. Delete the provision altogether. That would be one of the two options if indeed the Draheim motion succeeds. So I'll move on to the next question, Mr. President, if Senator McEwen would yield for a question.
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we're still on the same page, Senator McEwen, so you don't need to turn away. It's on line 77.30. There is a reference at the very end of the sentence to project site. I was looking at the definition here of the remaining pages here in the definitions section, and I don't see project site defined. And this, again, brings ambiguity to this provision, and I'll explain why, Mr. President. When it comes to multifamily construction, a project site can be very large, and you're obviously building multiple units, apartments, motels, all kinds of senior living facilities, etc. But a project site, again, would be one in scenario one. I'm drawing this right here as a box that represents a property ID, a PID, with the boundaries. The entire construction project of a multifamily would be within that. But when it comes to single family, the same rectangle or square that represents the boundaries of that PID will have just one unit in there. And so I don't understand how I would build 10 or more single family units on one project site, because project site would just be one PID. So if I have 10 PIDs, each containing one single family home, can I accurately make the statement, and do I understand correctly, that a project site would be the one PID that is being built and not all 10?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, project site has a clear meaning in the construction industry, and courts are capable of parsing that question if it ever came to a dispute in a court case. This is layperson stuff. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. If I understood correctly, the chief author is seeking to lay this at the feet of the court, the judicial branch. But we have an opportunity to actually provide some clarity with legislative intent and black and white language. We don't need to keep it ambiguous so as to require a court case, because what court cases do is they cost money. And the money that a general contractor or subcontractor might incur for either having to hire or defend themselves with legal counsel increases the cost. And those costs get passed on to the buyer. And the buyer in this case would be the owner-occupied, presumably, owners then of these homes, which increases the cost, the sales price of those homes. And so and I also heard, Mr. President, the senator reference layman's talk. Well, layman's talk of project site, let me explain, Mr. President, how this does require some clarity. There are developments, and those developments might have a multitude of builders within them. So the developer is one aspect of a project. And the developer is generally the one who buys the land of a farmer, a farm field 20, 80, or I should say 40, 80, 120 or larger acres of land, and they have to develop it. And the developer then works with the owner, the landowner to acquire it, then works with the city to bring in the city sewer water, the road infrastructure, parks and trails, where those might be placed throughout this, let's say, theoretical 120 acre site, stormwater management, all that has to happen. That's generally the responsibility of the developer then. But the developer isn't necessarily the one who actually builds the homes or the units. Those would be the builders, the home builders. So within a development, let's just say 120 acres again, in that development, you could have a multitude of custom home builders. And these custom home builders might have several of the lots. They may or may not be adjacent. So in a 120-acre development, there is absolutely a very real scenario where a custom home builder will say, I want this lot over here on this block, and on this lot over here, it might be 600 feet down, I want this lot, and then 1,200 feet down, they want this lot, et cetera, et cetera. So they might pick, there is very real a scenario where 11 non-adjacent lots are built upon by a custom home builder. Not the developer, but the custom home builder. And these non-adjacent sites, each lot is going to be in and of itself just one home. So that's why I was asking for clarity on a project site. Exactly how is project site defined? Is it the 120-acre development, even though there are a multitude of home builders in there? Or is each project site just the home that's being built on in that separate and unique PID? So, Mr. President, I did see Senator McEwen walk off the floor, so I won't be able to ask her to yield. So in Senator McEwen's stead, I would ask Senator Draheim to yield.
Senator Draheim, will you yield? Senator Draheim will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Draheim. I am just wondering if you can provide some clarity on what your understanding of project site is, and do you agree? And I'm willing to be wrong, certainly willing to be wrong, in my understanding of the potential that a project site could simply be just one PID in a multi-PID development.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lucero, for the question. Great discussion. As everybody knows, I'm really passionate about housing, and I think Senator Lucero is right on. I do think that the last section on page 77 does need some attention, and I do believe that he is correct. Most projects, it is one property identification number. There's some different nomenclature depending on where you're at, how they call that. So I do agree with Senator Lucero that it does need some clarity, but I think it just goes to show why that we need to send this bill back. It's rushed. It was done in the dead of the night, short hearings, but I'll leave that for my speech after Senator Lucero is done. But yes, I agree with Senator Lucero.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I appreciate that confirmation, Senator Draheim, because that is contrary to what I heard Senator McEwen say, Mr. President, that this is just common language, or common vernacular, something to that effect, street language. A project site and definitions matter. So that is another reason why we need us to support the Draheim amendment to send this back, to reject this and send it back to conference committee. The next that I would draw your attention to, Mr. President, is also on page 77. I know it might be shocking, Mr. President, but the ambiguity continues. I would draw your attention, Mr. President, to the very last word of page, or I should say on line 77.30, the word annually. And when you look at the word annually there, Mr. President, you will notice that there is a period immediately after that. That period is, in and of itself, the ambiguity. How is annually defined when it comes to the 10 one or two family owner-occupied dwellings at the ambiguity of a project site annually? Is annually a calendar year from January 1st to 11:59, so midnight of January 1st to 11:59 p.m. on December 31st? Or is annually a sliding 12-month window? I liken it to our vehicle tabs, right? Our vehicle tabs are renewed annually, but it's not a calendar year. It is a window that starts whenever the vehicle tabs has started for those license plates. And so a contractor, a general contractor, could build, just putting aside the whole conversation we had on the 10 versus 11, just putting that whole thing aside, for the sake of argument, I will just go with 10 as written. And so when looking at 10, if I were to begin building my first home at the conclusion of the frost season, which is approximately May 15th-ish, if I begin then, let's just say I break ground. Well, actually, that begs another question. If it is a sliding 12-month window, does the construction happen when I break ground? Or does it happen at the final permit or sign off? Or is the definition of construction, that's a really good point. I'm going to circle that right here, the word construction on 77.29. What is the definition of construction? Is it when ground was broken? Is it when it can be occupied, the residency permit was signed off on? Or was it when the house was sold? At the closing date, is that when this window kicks off in the scenario of a 12-month sliding window? Because if it's the first, under my scenario, when ground is broken, that could be June 1st. But if it takes 90 days to construct that home through a series of excavating, pouring of the concrete work, raising of the construction of the timber themselves, the finishing of it, all the interior work, then there's the, interest rates are rising, then there's the sale. The sale may not be for 6 months down the road. And so from June 1st plus 6 months puts you at December 1st. And so in the case of a 12-month sliding window, if that house is sold on December 1st, does that tick off one of the 10 as written on line 77.29, or does that come to an end in 31 days from that point because it is a calendar year? And would the home builder then only have a remaining 31 days, or I guess technically 30 days, right, because 30 plus 1 is 31, to construct 9 more, by which it would the reset would occur on January 1 in the calendar year scenario? I don't know, Mr. President. Do you know why I don't know? Because it's ambiguous. It's ambiguous. Why is it ambiguous? I don't know. I might ask some of my fellow Republican caucus members why it's ambiguous, but I can't do that, Mr. President. Why? Because Republican members were shut out of the process. And they wouldn't be able to provide insight. And it's for that reason, Mr. President, I would encourage, I'm not done, I have several more pages, but I would encourage just that latest in the series of examples of unnecessary ambiguity to encourage a green vote to support the Draheim motion to reject the conference committee report. I will move on to the next page, Mr. President. So I would draw your attention and members' attention to page 79. And I'm specifically going to begin looking at line 17. In 79.17, it's titled Payroll Records Data. Now, whenever I see the word data, my attention is drawn because I've made a career of ensuring the protection of data. That data is not accessed by those that may not be authorized to access. Or, I should say, and if it is accessed, that it is not abused. So when I saw that, I began reading it. I see on line 79.19, it reads, shall provide payroll records. So the subcontractor shall provide payroll records. Okay, when I see that, I'm putting on my data security professional hat on. Shall provide. Well, that means there has to be some form of transfer of information. It has to go from the source to the destination. In this case, the source is the subcontractor. The destination is, presumably, the contractor, because this provision is holding the contractor liable for the actions of a subcontractor. And so upon request, the subcontractor must, within 15 days, provide. Shall, not must, shall provide. Well, how is that going to happen? How is this transfer going to happen? That's the first thing that I thought of. But I skip down now to line 79.22, and I see fringe benefit contributions. Okay? So if you read this section, subdivision 4 on page 79 in its entirety, it's in reference to a general contractor can request of subcontractors that they've entered into contract with to supply them, the subcontractor to the contractor, the payroll records. Now, why would that be? Well, to ensure, or I should say that includes the wages and fringe benefit contributions. A couple things there that draw concern. First, how is this transfer happening? Is it electronic? Is it in paper form? And when it says payroll records, does that include first name, middle name, last name, potentially address, likely social security number? Is it masked? Is it unmasked? Is it the last four, or is it the full thing? And does it include potentially the date of birth? So, Mr. President, payroll records being given, supplied from the subcontractor, being transferred. I don't know if they're being transferred in digital form or physical form. Those payroll records potentially could include first, middle, last name, date of birth, social security number, and address. Mr. President, there is nothing else needed for now somebody to be subjected to identity theft. Identity theft, Mr. President. I don't see any provisions around here how those have to be transferred. If electronically, is it just by email? If that information is transferred in the clear text as an Excel spreadsheet attachment to an email, for example, that is unencrypted. First, middle, last, date of birth, social security number, and address transferred over the internet via email in an Excel spreadsheet attachment, for example, will subject somebody to the risk of having their identity stolen. If identity is stolen, what can be done with that? It will now potentially subject the employees of this subcontractor to harmful events in their life. The employees of these subcontractors had no control or say in how their information was shared or disseminated with an upstream general contractor. But if it is sent in a physical or hard copy form, it's no less of a risk. Because those documents might be in a folder, that folder might be sitting on the front seat of a car, and we know right now that there are carjackings galore in Minneapolis. Why? Because Democrats have allowed criminals to have a revolving door and not hold them accountable. So as carjackings have skyrocketed, and the transfer of these payroll records might be in the midst of occurring, the window is smashed, and or the person is there at the vehicle and they are going to drive off in the process of providing these payroll records, but they get beat from behind. And those records are stolen. And if those records are stolen by this criminal, the criminal is going to want to obviously profit from it. That should be a concern, Mr. President, that should demonstrate there should be some more clarity and not ambiguity in the language that's before us. We do not want to subject our hardworking Minnesota subcontractor employees to the dangers that are well in existence in the city of Minneapolis and surrounding area of carjackings and thugs. But then it goes on to the next question, which is fringe benefit contributions. How am I'm just putting on now, I'm going to take off, Mr. President, I'm taking off my cybersecurity hat, and I'm going to put on my hat of general contractor. So as now wearing my hat of general contractor, in the course of my projects, I have used many different subcontractors. I have no clue as to what their operations are. I'm thinking of one scenario where I've hired a subcontractor to do roofing, to do some re-roofing, and the re-roofing, this would be a non-owner occupied dwelling, so it wouldn't fall in scope of that construction project from earlier, or the renovation project, I should say. If the roofer came over and did the work, I actually drove by the site, as I sometimes do, and I've noticed that there are other people on the roof that are not the one that I hired. So I'm the contractor, I hired the subcontractor, that subcontractor that I hired themselves subcontracted out. So it's a subcontractor squared going on there. Now, am I, as a general contractor, it's 2 layers deep, am I supposed to be responsible now for the fringe benefit contributions and the payroll records thereof and somehow match those up of 2 layers removed? I have no idea. Now, if I did engage in that behavior, is that going to take time away from my ability to either renovate or build more homes to solve the housing crisis in Minnesota that is a direct result of Democrat inflicting more rules and regulations that are driving up the price? Is that going to take me away from that endeavor? Yes, it would. Because every minute that I have to spend trying to match up the payroll and benefit, the fringe benefit of 2 layers removed subcontractor is 1 less minute that I have to providing good homes for good people across Minnesota. Now, what does that do? If I am spending time, that's called overhead. In the language of business, overhead are those duties that are not directly contributing to the cash inflow of the business. This is overhead. And that overhead has to be paid for because my time is money. The time of general contractors and subcontractors across the great state of Minnesota is money. And if they're spending having to match these up, they're not building, and what's that going to do? It's going to increase the cost. Because I now have to chart, I can build less units in a given calendar year, whether it be, Mr. President, a calendar year that starts on January 1st and runs through December 31st, or a sliding 12-month period of a year. In either of those scenarios, I have less time that I can build new units because that is time I have to siphon away to overhead. But again, the larger question is, as the general contractor, how am I supposed to have visibility into the fringe benefits of that subcontractor? I have no idea what the benefits are. I've hired them to put a new roof on for me. I don't know if they're, honestly, as I sit here right now, or stand here right now, Mr. President, I don't know if the subcontractor I hired for the roof was a union shop or a non-union shop. I have no idea. How, if I don't even know that bit of information, how am I supposed to know what their fringe benefits are? If I don't know what their fringe benefits are, I am not going to be able to verify what the payroll records should be. I'm going to flip forward, Mr. President, to page 118. I'm looking at a section here, subdivision 3 on page 118, and it says sacred community requirements. A sacred community must provide residents of micro units access to water and electrical utilities. Okay? So far, so good. So when providing water and electric utilities, that makes sense. But the question I would have is, when I look at page 119 of subdivision 4, micro unit requirements, and I compare these two, sacred community requirements and micro unit requirements, I guess I do have a question of clarification, Mr. President, if Senator McEwen would yield for a question.
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen. Can you distinguish the difference for me between what a sacred community is and a micro unit?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero, the definitions are just, if you just look right above, there's a definition for micro unit. That's the individual unit. And then the sacred community is the residential, like the group of micro units. So this is a really exciting piece of legislation, actually, that we don't get to. We've focused on so many of the other provisions in this bill because there are so many that we are proud of, but this one is a provision that was brought forth by Senator Zainab Mohammed. I had heard about this effort the last couple of years. This is a desire amongst communities of faith, diverse communities of faith throughout the state, to help solve the housing crisis in as much as they can. Some of them have pieces of land or areas that they are willing to go ahead and say, hey, we're going to put our faith in action. We'd like to actually have some units for people to be able to be sheltered, some very sort of modest, these micro units, and then our faith community can be engaged in helping people get the resources that they need. It really is a neat vision to make sure that we have what we need in statute so that these faith communities have some guidance around what the basic standards are in terms of building and how this is going to work. So I am really excited about this, and there is a definition section above. Thanks.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen. I appreciate you drawing my attention to that and making the distinction there. So it's my understanding that a micro unit is the actual housing unit. A collection of those micro units then is what makes up the sacred community. That's how I understood her answer to be. Well, that being the case, Mr. President, I am wondering if Senator McEwen would yield for another question.
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you so much, Senator McEwen, as we delve in, take a deep dive, roll up our sleeves, and examine the language, the important details of this important bill. When I read the sacred community requirements on line 118.29, it says a sacred community must provide residents of micro units access to water and utilities, either by connecting the micro units to the utilities that are serving the principal building on the lot, or by other comparable means. So I'll stop right there. So I'll draw your attention to, it makes a reference when it comes to utilities to water and electric. Then as I turn the page over and I look at those micro unit requirements, it makes a reference to the American National Standards Institute code, which includes, and it specifically calls out, heating, electrical systems, fire, and life safety. And so, Mr. President and Senator McEwen, my question is, in the definition of sacred community requirements, it references water on line 118.30, but on line 119.25 and 26, it doesn't reference that a code is required, the building code, for the standards pertaining to plumbing. Could you provide some clarification?
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Lucero, for these very detailed questions. I think that this is a both-and type of situation. And so both of these subdivisions apply to make sure that these micro units that are built are safe and that people have access to water and to heat and to electric that is safe. And again, this really sets out the parameters by which these communities can be built. So faith communities have some direction, and it's not just some willy-nilly attempt to. A lot of these communities are already helping a lot of people in these situations. This gives it a little bit of structure so people have guidance to make sure that these structures in these communities are safe.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator McEwen. I absolutely agree. Big believer in safety, big believer in making sure that standards are adhered to. But one of the things that I'm concerned about here is that there's the requirement, as you saw, that water, the word must is there. So the sacred community, the residents, must be provided then access to water. But why, Mr. President and Senator McEwen, if she would yield for a question?
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. You specifically enumerate the other forms of safety when it comes to construction. You've enumerated heating, electrical, fire, and life safety. Why is water not included in that list that pertains to the building code? Is it your intent that the water is the plumbing that might be required to hook up to the primary or the principal water system not have to abide by the code, and that's the reason why, and or if that's not the reason why is water missing from this list?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero, the bill is clear that the access to water in these communities can be from the main building on the site. So when you're looking at subdivision 4 on page 119, those are the requirements specific to the micro unit requirements. And you know, I will note that this bill was part of the Omnibus when it passed earlier this session off the Senate floor. I don't recall any amendments at that time or suggestions that there should be any changes, even though I know Senator Mohammed has been working diligently with all of the advocates and anyone who wanted to see any changes or thought there were any missing pieces in this legislation. As I said earlier, working very diligently on this legislation. So I don't recall that this was a problem that has been brought up by any of the stakeholders. That said, I pledge to you that if there is some sort of a problem that we see as this program is up and running and we think that it's necessary that some additional code should apply in certain areas, then by all means, I think as this project moves forward, there's always room for improvement. So even though we didn't see any amendments to do that on the Senate floor or in committee or in conference committee, and we've had diligent work from all the stakeholders, so this wasn't identified as a problem. If in fact here or at any other place in the bill, Senator Lucero thinks that there's a problem or something is brought to his attention, I hope that we'll be able to work together to continue to make these programs even better.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I sincerely, Senator McEwen, I do sincerely appreciate that olive branch. I do want to work. I do want all of us to work collaboratively. And I know that all of Minnesotans want Republicans and Democrats to work collaboratively, bipartisanly together, to put together the best language that doesn't have the ambiguity. Now, I don't know, Mr. President, how many times I've used that word ambiguity during this debate. It's probably been at least 24 times. And that in and of itself should demonstrate the vagueness that this bill unnecessarily has. And, Mr. President and Senator McEwen, we have the opportunity with the question before us to actually do that, to work collaboratively, to clear up the vagueness, to not have any gray area. And how would we do that, Mr. President? We would do that by supporting the Draheim motion to reject the conference committee report. Now, what happens? Does that kill this bill? Does that kill this conference committee report? No, Mr. President. A green vote on the Draheim motion would not kill this. It would just simply reject the conference committee report, which then the conference committee report goes back to the conference committee to do exactly, Mr. President, what Senator McEwen just said. That is, work collaboratively to improve the bill. That is what I want to do. Now, I'm not on the conference committee, and it's my understanding that there aren't any Republicans on the conference committee. So that actually goes against working collaboratively in a bipartisan fashion for the betterment of all of the state of Minnesota. But it is also my understanding that if this were rejected, which I support, if this were rejected and sent back to conference committee, that it is within the power of the president to change the conferees, the Senate conferees on the committee. And what could happen is to actually work in a bipartisan manner by appointing one or more Republican members of the caucus that represent the 49% of the state of Minnesota that did not vote for the Democrat majority. That 49% is not insignificant. 49% is enough, it's half, that should be recognized by the majority. So, Mr. President, that is how we could do what Senator McEwen just referenced. Now, I would draw members' attention to page 120. On page 120, I would draw your attention to line 15. Now, 120.15 reads, have smoke or carbon monoxide detectors installed. Now, installed where? Well, this is still the micro unit requirements. Mr. President, when I was reading this and I saw carbon monoxide detectors installed, but I didn't see any specification as to how many carbon monoxide detectors must be installed. Now, Mr. President, I hearken back to the Public Safety and Judiciary Omnibus bill that we had on this very floor only last Friday. And in that bill, I drew, Mr. President, your attention and the attention of the body to some language on carbon monoxide detectors in that bill. And I drew specific attention to existing statute in regards to carbon monoxide detectors, which says that a carbon monoxide detector in current law must be installed within 10 feet of each legal unit or room that would be allowed for sleeping. So you could have 3 bedrooms, which are legally allowed to be sleeping units, 1 carbon monoxide detector, as long as a carbon monoxide detector was within 10 feet of each of the sleeping units. Then within that bill, if you recall, Mr. President, what I drew the attention of was that the new language in regards to substantially similar scenarios was that a carbon monoxide detector would have to be installed in each sleeping unit. So that could be in an apartment or in a motel that might have multiple bedrooms, that the one carbon monoxide detector within 10 feet of each sleeping room was not good enough, but instead had to be installed within each room. So now with that in mind, just from a debate a few days ago, I read this language in the context of sacred communities and micro-unit requirements. And all it says is, have smoke and carbon monoxide detectors installed. So can I have 1 carbon monoxide detector installed that may not be within 10 feet of the sleeping area? Do I have to have a carbon monoxide detector installed in every unit? Or can I abide by the current law, which is to have one within 10 feet? What exactly is the requirement? It doesn't say. Why doesn't it say? I'll tell you, Mr. President, why it doesn't say. It doesn't say because this language is vague. It is not ready for prime time. Now, when it comes to contracting, construction, Mr. President, every detail matters. Every detail matters. And I don't want to be held liable as the contractor or subcontractor that is putting these sacred community or micro units together. I don't want to be held liable for not abiding by the law. In a previous answer, Mr. President, I did hear that the solution was, well, just bring it to court. Let the courts decide. I don't want to do that. You know what I want, Mr. President? I want a collaborative, bipartisan conversation to occur and rolling up the sleeves, getting down together with Democrats and Republicans in a conference committee to provide the answer. Let's not leave it up to the courts. Let's not require a lawsuit. Let's not require lawyers at $250 to $500 plus per hour have to be paid to settle this answer. This answer can be settled by us today. How can that happen? By voting green on the Draheim motion. So, Mr. President, I'm wondering if Senator McEwen would yield for a question.
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator McEwen. In regards to the carbon monoxide here, can you confirm, as these are being put together, is it your intention that the carbon monoxide detectors be within 10 feet of each sleeping room, be in conformance with the proposed language that's in the public safety bill, that they be within each sleeping unit, or some other scenario, because it isn't specifically called out in your bill?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero, these micro units are going to have to meet the requirements of the jurisdiction with which in which they're being built. So the normal requirements for having smoke and carbon monoxide detectors installed, those apply. And so I feel very content with the language as it is. I feel very content that over the past 2+ years that our faith communities have worked on this legislation with various stakeholders, including those in construction, to identify all of the different provisions that are needed to make sure that this is done safely. I have every confidence that they have taken that into account and that this provision will provide for the kind of safety requirements that we should expect in our building.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, that's not a legal standard. The normal requirement, that's not, as contractors and subcontractors, the specifications are spelled out in the building code or statute and or local ordinance. It's specifically called out. Mr. President, would Senator Dornick yield for a question?
Which senator, sir?
Senator Dornick.
Senator Dornick will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Dornick. I am aware that you yourself have extensive experience in the construction industry. And in your extensive experience, when you read language that says or is absent any specific details, and then you hear, well, just install what's normal or just perform what's normal, have the overlap of the floor joist onto the concrete edge be normal. Is that sufficient information for you to adhere to statutes or requirements in order to be safe and construct safe products?
Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero. So yeah, normally it's in the code, it's specific on where and how many. But I will say on these small micro dwellings, they are very small. And actually, Senator Housley carried this bill and I signed on to it. So it is a great idea. But as far as the smoke alarms or smoke detectors, if that's specifically, I was working on something, if that's what you're specifically talking about, one would be sufficient for that small dwelling.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Dornick. Well, again, I want to emphasize, safety should be our concern. Whatever it is we're constructing, the micro units, single-family home construction, larger projects, commercial projects, residential projects, but the safety has specific definitions in how to meet that threshold. So I'm going to turn back now to the original area of the bill that I have significant concern. And that is what we opened up with, and that is the liability provisions that are in this bill. And so I'm wondering, Mr. President, if Senator McEwen would yield for a question.
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen. Can you confirm that the conference committee report here in front of us imposes joint and several liability on all general contractors with no defenses or right of offset by contract?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero, can you please repeat the question and give us a little context?
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen. Back to page 77, I think it was. Let me turn there myself. Yes, on page 77, it speaks about the wage theft protection, and we spoke about that back and forth a little bit. So that's the context. The question is, in regards to the relationship between general contractors, subcontractors, and the employees of subcontractors, can you confirm that the provisions within this section of the bill impose joint and several liability on general contractors with no defenses or right of offset by contract.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero, this bill does impose liability on general contractors. And that is a huge part of the point. What we've seen, unfortunately, in the construction industry is all too often general contractors, even though the buck should stop with them, they're allowing their subs to be engaged in situations where they're committing wage theft. And by not holding the generals liable, we see all sorts of abuse in the construction industry. So it absolutely is a very important provision of this bill to say, if you're a general contractor and you are the one whose project this is, that truly the buck is going to stop with you, and we are going to hold you responsible for theft that is taking place under your watch.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen, for that clarification. Well, that's a huge issue. I do agree that wage theft should not occur. I do agree that monies due to employees should absolutely be paid and enforced. But what's happening here is we're now pitting general contractors against subcontractors. Rather than enforcing the law by means of law enforcement by the state, we're now pitting private industry to become the police. That is not going to be a good scenario. I've already expressed, and I'll express again. As a general contractor, I've hired in my roof subcontractor scenario. I don't know what his employee status is. I don't know what the fringe benefits are. I don't know these things. But yet, as a general contractor, I am now going to be responsible, joint and severally liable for the actions of the subcontractor, which I have no part. It's a separate legal entity. I have no idea. This is a huge mistake, Mr. President. It's a huge mistake to include this provision. Because of that, we can stop and not advance the mistake. We can kill this mistake from ever becoming law. We can do that by voting green on the Draham motion to reject the conference committee report and send it back to the conference committee so we can work in a bipartisan, collaborative, one Minnesota fashion to actually craft language that is going to be helpful and beneficial. That's what we should do. Mr. President, would Senator McEwen yield for a question?
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen, for acknowledging that huge concern on pitting general contractors against subcontractors. The next question I would have, in that context then, do the provisions in this bill, do I read them correct, that they will not allow a general contractor to withhold payment, withhold the monies paid to a subcontractor until the general contractor substantiates all workers have been paid?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero, could you please point out where in the legislation you're speaking of?
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. I am on page 77. It begins in section 6. That it'll be given the chapter 181.165, wage protection. And there are several pages there in regards to provisions and requirements and holding general contractors and subcontractors liable, and specifically general contractors. My understanding and my reading of the language is that a general contractor, in the enforcement of these provisions, and I highlighted them earlier, we looked at the enforcement, we looked at subdivision 3, subdivision 4, the payroll records data. For a general contractor to engage in the exercise of matching up payroll, matching up benefits, and ensuring compliance with that, that burden falls on the general contractor. And as you just admitted that it is and becomes a joint and several liability on the general contractor of the nefarious potential illegal actions of the subcontractor. So my question is, in that context, as the general contractor, I guess what I would like to do to protect my interest, because I'm now being held joint and severally liable, I would not want to pay my subcontractor until it is confirmed that the subcontractor is paying their employees what they're due. But it's my understanding from the language that I can't withhold that payment before that confirmation. So that's why I'm seeking for you to confirm, Mr. President and Senator McEwen, can you confirm that I, as a general contractor, am prohibited from withholding payment to the subcontractor until and if I could confirm that payment and wages and fringe benefits to employees of the subcontractor have been paid?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero. I'm looking through this entire subsection here, and it appears that you're asking if your interpretation of how this would play out. You're saying that because generals are going to be held liable, that the buck is going to stop with them in terms of whether or not the workers at the site are experiencing work theft, that there may be subs that are stealing wages from them, if we impose that liability, so if we follow through and do what this bill says that we should do to address wage theft, that the result will be that the general contractors are going to withhold payment from the subcontractors is kind of what I'm trying to understand what you're exactly asking. But there is, I mean, it's clear in subdivision 5 on page 80 that nothing in this section shall alter the owner's obligation to pay a contractor or a contractor's obligation to pay a subcontractor. That's not what this does. I think that you're making a claim that there's going to be a secondary effect, and that is that the general contractor is going to have to run this policing operation to make sure that none of their subs are stealing any wages from the workers on the site, and that they're going to have to hold on to the money until they verify that with all of this paperwork. The reality of the situation in the construction industry, as I understand it, is that everybody knows who these bad subs are. Everybody knows. People know who the responsible subs are, who are paying the workers, who keep their books in good order, who can demonstrate, if they're asked, to see their records to verify that they're on the up and up. People know who those good actors are. The problem that we're having is when general contractors, trying to reduce their own costs and maximize their own profits, let the workers get screwed in the process by saying, oh, it's not our responsibility, it's that sub that's doing that stuff. I don't even know. How would I even know? I don't even know what they're doing. It's too bad. That's what we're saying. That can't happen anymore. That pattern has to be broken up. If a general contractor is performing a job on a site and they're hiring a subcontractor who over and over has been known to and is notorious for stealing wages from the workers at the site, we are not going to give that general a pass anymore. This legislation says, no way. You're responsible for that too. And we're going to hold you to that. So, as I understand your question, it's a little misguided, it's somewhat convoluted, but that, I think, is the best answer that I could give to a question like the one that you have posed. And Mr. President, I would ask, again, to the point of the question before the body being the motion to reject, that the last question especially that I was just asked about, really went to just disagreement about the content of the bill itself. It went to the content. Didn't go to the question of whether or not there's some sort of deficiency in process or a problem with the conference committee itself or some issue that actually goes to the motion to reject. Instead, we're hearing complaints about the content of the labor omnibus bill, which we can have that discussion. When we get to that question and we're talking about the labor omnibus, we can talk all about what people like, what people don't like, the concerns they might have if we pass this legislation or not, and I'm sure we will have that discussion. But I just wanted to ask respectfully that our discussion focus on the question before the body. Thank you.
Senator Lucero to the motion to reject.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate this conversation we've been having, and I have been spending my time highlighting the problems in the bill. The question before the body is the Draheim motion. The Draheim motion is to reject the conference committee report. Rejecting the conference committee report would send it back to the conference committee. Why would we do that? We would do that because the verbiage, the content, the policy within the language before us is subpar, is not ready, needs to be changed, needs to be improved. And so everything that I'm highlighting, every question that I'm asking is in that vein. It is to demonstrate this bill needs to be sent back to conference committee. And to do so, we would need to vote green. And so I appreciate, Mr. President, Senator McEwen's sentiment for underscoring that I do take issue with the language before us, and therefore we need to send it back. That's exactly what I'm doing. Spot on. Spot on. Mr. President, would Senator McEwen yield for a question?
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen. When I'm reading this language, and I was specifically looking for I'm looking at the definitions of contractor and subcontractor, and I'm wondering, you know, one of the subcontractors that I'd use, I've used the example of a roofing subcontractor. Let me use another example, a dumpster subcontractor, demolition or other construction material subcontractor. So I'll hire them in, and generally it's a 30-yard dumpster I get. Sometimes it's a 20-yard, but 20 or 30-yard dumpsters are what I have delivered. And I've subcontracted them for the waste disposal of the construction site material. There are large operators and there are small operators. There are operators of dumpsters that are locally only, that operate across the state, and there are a number that are certainly national. There is one in the area that I regularly do business that is a national operator. So my question, Mr. President and Senator McEwen, in the scenario of a construction dumpster subcontractor and in the context of the payroll records, what is the scope of the payroll records that would have to be given to me as the general contractor from that national dumpster construction material subcontractor?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero, on page 79, you see subdivision 4 under payroll records and data. States within 15 days of a request by a contractor to a subcontractor, then that sub and any other subs that are hired under the subcontractor has to provide the records which contain the information, the employment and pay information as enumerated in the subdivision for the workers who are providing the labor for the project.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McEwen yield for a question?
She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen. So in the scenario of the dumpster, it's generally just, well, it's one driver who comes out to deliver the dumpster, and then several days or weeks later, it may be the same driver, it may be a different driver who comes to pick up the dumpster. But then the dumpster is driven to a facility where it is then emptied and sorted, and the different types of material are separated that I threw in there. And the dumpster might contain wood, it might contain shingles, it might contain concrete, it might contain different assortment of metals, etc. And all of that is separated. It's all separated out because it goes into different areas. And so my question, Mr. President and Senator McEwen, in this scenario, the dumpster contractor scenario, which employees of the subcontractor are in scope here? Is it the two drivers, or if it happens to be two different drivers that dropped off and picked up the dumpster, is it the employees that sort the dumpster whom I never see? What is the scope of the employees that I need to be concerned about in terms of the payroll data that need to be sent to me to verify the fringe benefits in this dumpster subcontractor scenario?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could Senator Lucero please just repeat the question portion of his question?
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd be happy to repeat the question. So when it comes to dumpster contractor or subcontractors, there are a multitude of size of operations: small, medium, large, local, state, national. And so when a dumpster comes and is dropped off, it obviously has a driver that drops the dumpster off, the empty dumpster. Several days or weeks later, a driver will come and pick up the full dumpster. I've had scenarios where it is the same driver who dropped the empty dumpster off. I've had scenarios where it's a different driver who's picking up the full dumpster than is the driver who dropped it off. In a scenario where the two drivers are different that dropped it off and picked it up, two different drivers, I, as the general contractor, is the scope of the payroll information that needs to be sent to me, is it just those two drivers? Or in the scenario where it's the same driver who dropped it off and picked it up, so it would just be one driver, is the scope of the payroll information / fringe benefit that is sent to me just that the driver or two drivers? Or is the scope more broad, whereby that dumpster is brought back to the sorting facility and there is a number of employees that actually sort through the context or content of the dumpster? I'm trying to understand what would the scope of the employees by which payroll data is sent to me in this subcontractor scenario.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero, for that detailed enumeration of what your question goes to. So I think what it really goes to is the dumpsters, is this part of a subcontract agreement, or is it just a service that they're getting the dumpster and then the workers on the site are working with the dumpster? I think that, again, it really goes to what's in the bill is that if a general contractor requests it, then a subcontractor has to provide this basic information. And again, the information is, here's our payroll stuff, here's the workers on payroll at the site, and we're running a good operation here, and you can see it from the records and from the books. I think that it really misunderstands the premise of the question, the type of environment at a site where generals and subs are working together on a project. It is my understanding that general contractors know who their subs are. They know those companies. they know the people who are working at the site. And so it's really quite clear that scope question. Anybody working on the site that is working on this project, we got to make sure that they are not having their wages stolen from them. And so I think actually the real way that this works on the ground for general contractors and subcontractors, these are questions that are being brought up, I think, with perhaps a misunderstanding of the way that this works on the ground.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't even know how to respond to that. Mr. President, would Senator McEwen yield for a question?
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator McEwen, do you now or have you ever had a general contractor license whereby you have hired subcontractors?
Senator McEwen.
No.
Senator Lucero.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. So here's the irony. We have somebody who is not and never has been a general contractor trying to tell me, Mr. President, a general contractor who has hired a multitude of subcontractors, that it's not how it works on the ground? I mean, you have somebody who's not doing something telling somebody who does something that's not how it works. I mean, it's just it's unbelievable what's happening here. Let me tell you, Mr. President and Senator McEwen, how it works. I would like to have a service performed. That service might be a dumpster delivered because a dumpster is part of the construction or renovation process. I might need a roofing contractor depending on the scope of the project. I might need a siding, door, or window person for exterior work. That would be a different subcontractor. I might need an asphalt or concrete subcontractor for driveway work. I might need interior work. It could be painting, it could be trim, carpentry, it could be installing kitchen cabinets, it could be installing flooring, tile, porcelain, slate, travertine. So a tile work, it could be flooring, it could be carpeting. It could be HVAC, could be plumbing. All of these things are services that I need performed. That's how it works on the ground. And in all of these scenarios, I should say most of the scenarios, a contract is involved. Now, there are a few that I do and have worked with on a regular basis that are really small operations themselves, the subcontractors, they're very small operations, and everything is done by a handshake, so there isn't a contract involved. But in my dumpster, my construction dumpster scenario, not once, Mr. President and Senator McEwen, not once have I ever had a dumpster delivered that didn't require a contract first. And I've had several different dumpster companies that I've used. Every single one of them has an agreement, a services agreement required that I must adhere to and abide by and sign. So a contract is involved in my construction dumpster scenario. So to assert somehow that a reading of the language and it's the bill author's understanding of how it works and perhaps, as she suggested, my non-understanding of how it works on the site, it's unbelievable. The arrogance to tell somebody how it works when they themselves are not familiar with how it works. So again, Mr. President, would Senator McEwen yield for a question?
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so again, I'm going back to my dumpster scenario. It is very real. It is on the ground. It is on the site. It is how it works. I contact one of several construction dumpster providers that are available to me, subcontractors, and I subcontract out their service. I'm hiring their service to come and deliver a dumpster for me that I can then throw material into. Then as part of this service, they pick it up and they haul it away. A contract is required. I have to sign it. And the contract specifies a number of parameters. How long I'm able to keep the dumpster. It specifies what I can and cannot throw in the dumpster. It specifies other terms and conditions, how much weight it can be. If I recall correctly, a 30-yard dumpster generally can't have more than 7 tons. I'm looking over at Mr. President and Senator Draheim, and I would ask him actually if he would yield for a question.
Senator Draheim will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Draheim. When it comes to the construction here, I know that Mr. President and Senator Draheim has done a number of projects and has even more experience than I do in this area, this construction and renovation area. Is it your understanding, Mr. President and Senator Draheim, that these dumpsters are classified as subcontractors and contracts are required in the services that they provide?
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lucero. And I do believe in most cases in the Metro, they are under contract. And I think you bring up a great point of the holes in this provision in the bill of how complicated construction really is and how many partners you rely on. And I think one thing that hopefully we'll get to after we're done with this motion is that fact that I think the bill, even though some of the bills inside this huge 275-page bill have been around a while, they're not well vetted by the right people. And I think Senator Lucero mentioned that you need contractors, if we're going to impose rules on contractors, to be part of the solution. And it's obvious to me in this portion of the bill, they were not consulted. And I wonder what would have happened if Senator Dornick would have been part of this conference committee. What changes would have might happened where there would have been a little more common sense brought into the bill. So I thank Senator Lucero for the question, but I agree with him. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. So because, and thank you for that, Mr. President and Senator Draheim. Now that we've established that it is indeed how it works, it is indeed how it works. In my construction dumpster scenario, for me as a general contractor, wanting to follow the law, if the Draheim motion is defeated, if indeed then the motion to adopt the conference report succeeds, and if indeed after third reading the bill is passed, also passed by the other body, sent to the governor and signed into law, I as a general contractor want to adhere to the law because I am a law-abiding citizen. And I very much encourage safe and sound practices that are abiding by the law in all aspects of the construction industry. So, in order for me to adhere to these provisions, if they were to become law, what's in scope, is my understanding, is all subcontractors. And there might be a mental idea of what a job site looks like. There might be a mental idea from those who've not actually done this work, how it works. But contrary to what those preconceived or implicit bias might be, how it actually works is the scenario that I'm providing. And there are a multitude of other scenarios I could run down. I could run down 36 scenarios, but I'm just picking one scenario, which is the dumpster subcontractor. A driver comes and drops it off. It is on the job site. only for a few minutes, maybe 10, 15 minutes, just enough time to drop the dumpster off. Several days or weeks later, a different driver or potentially the same driver comes and picks it up. And similarly, they're on site for 10, 15 minutes, just enough time to pick up the dumpster, put the canopy or cover over the dumpster so debris can't fly out, and then they pulled it away. The extent of my interaction was only those two drivers or potentially same driver and the representative that I spoke with when I called to order the dumpster and likely took my credit card payment over the phone. At most, I dealt with 3 people. What I don't understand with the provisions in this bill for wage theft, there are only 2 and potentially 1 of those drivers that were actually on site, but there's more to the operations that are involved in this subcontractor. If Senator McEwen would yield for a question.
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen. Am I, as the general contractor, responsible for these wage theft provisions and in making sure that wage theft is not occurring to the employees of the subcontractor? And I'm going to narrow down my question so it's not just the drivers who were actually on site. Would it also then extend to, would my liability extend to the phone representative that I spoke to who never was on site, but indeed was involved in the subcontracting process and actually was the one who administered the contract that was either faxed or emailed to me and I faxed or emailed back, not that it doesn't occur with the driver, that phone representative who's an employee of the subcontractor, am I responsible to ensure that they are being paid and not being the victim of wage theft?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero, I believe that the answer to your question is no. This really goes to the people who are working on the site.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen, if she would yield for another question.
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen. Can you please point me, and again, it's all I'm looking for. It's all I'm looking for is just clarification. Can you please point to me where the only scope then of those employees is indeed those that have been on site?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lucero, for this question. So I'm looking at, well, first of all, I will say that there is a certain amount of common sense that goes into this equation. We're talking about workers whose work is contributing to the project itself. And we are focusing especially on the people who are at the site. But if we do look, if we look at 78.19, it looks like, okay, we see the definition of subcontractor as part of the definition of subcontractor. So it's any person, a partnership, a firm, a corporation, etc., that is party to a contract with a contractor or party to a contract with a contractor subcontractors at any tier to perform any portion of the work within the scope of the contractor's construction contract with the owner. So that gives you a sense of the scope. I think that, again, this is really common sense stuff that we're talking about here, and I do take issue with this sense that because I, as the lead author of the Senate Labor Omnibus Bill and the chair, as chair of the Senate Labor Committee, that somehow I am not able to properly work with and take the expertise from the professionals who do work in these environments and who specialize in working in these environments and are able to tell us what this language should look like, and then in consultation with counsel and vetting the language through various committees. This is a bill that was originally Senate File 1988. It passed through the Labor Committee and passed through the Judiciary Committee as well, and was supported. And I don't know, maybe not all of us have presented a bill in Judiciary, but I can promise you that when we go through Judiciary, they take a microscope to the language. So it is the intent of this bill, again, to make sure that general contractors are held responsible for the work that is done at their work site, that the people are not being ripped off. And again, speaking to the people who work in this industry, both generals and subs, when we talk about the need for this bill, how it works, we hear again and again, people know. They know the people, or they should know the people who are working on their site. They know the subs that are working. They know the workers that are working. That is what this goes to.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen. You know, going back to the words there, there are members who absolutely have the aptitude to be able to draft language, speak to defend bills and amendments of which they may not have direct experience. That is not a prerequisite for the content and the work that we do here in the legislature. However, I only brought that up, Mr. President, because it was Senator McEwen who attempted to lecture me as a general contractor, tell me that I have a misunderstanding and that's not how it quote unquote works. And that she somehow had a better understanding. And that's what I take issue with. That's what I take issue with. So, Mr. President, now going back to the question that I had asked, and she drew attention, Mr. President, Senator McEwen drew attention to page 78, line 14, the definition of subcontractor, and she proceeded to read that. And I'm going to read this portion again so that we're all crystal clear on what the language says, which is not what has been translated to the intent. I understand the intent of the author, but the author's intent has been lost in translation to the words on the page. And so, looking at the definition then of subcontractor beginning on line 78.14, I would read the same portion that she did, and I would draw members' attention to that is party to a contract with a contractor or party to a contract with the contractor's subcontractors at any tier to perform any portion of work. Any portion of work. It doesn't speak about the work that's physically on the site. Any portion of work within the scope of the contractor's construction contract. Well, there are many involved in the portion of work of which the language says any, that are involved with the scope of the contractor's construction contract. It's not just the drivers in my scenario of the construction dumpster. There are others. So I have a contract as the general contractor. I have a contract with the dumpster subcontractor, and that subcontractor then has hired a series of employees. One or two of those employees are the drivers that drop off and pick up. There are other employees that are involved with the contract, as written, any portion thereof, that never set foot on site. Okay? So then we have to look at, well, what is the definition of construction contract? So the scope of a subcontractor is any employee of the subcontractor performing any work within the scope of the construction contract. So we go to construction contract. It means a written or oral agreement, so it doesn't even have to be written. So this handshake that I've referred to before in these other scenarios I've done would fall within the scope here of the definition of construction contract. Written or oral agreement for the construction, reconstruction, erection, alteration, remodeling, repair, maintenance, moving, or demolition of any building, structure, or improvement or relating to the excavation of or the development or improvement to land. That's everything that's involved on a site. But it's not limited to just the work performed on the site, because the supporting work per the terms of the contract in the dumpster scenario are those employees that never set foot on site. So now I, as the general contractor, am held jointly and severally liable for the employees that I never meet. I don't know who they are. They're never on my site. And yet I'm supposed to match up wage and fringe benefits with their payroll data? So, Mr. President, and would Senator McEwen yield for another question?
Senator McEwen, will you yield? Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen. So in the case of this, in fact, early on in my, several years ago when I was a member of the other body, I had it's actually a fascinating tour. If any have ever, or if you're ever invited into a waste disposal or a trash or compost site, I encourage you to go, and it's not going to smell good, but I encourage you to go because it was incredibly educational. And I took the tour, and it's here when I learned that whether it be residential, the 95-gallon containers at the end of our driveways, for example, or whether it be the large construction dumpsters, they're brought into the facility, and they have these series of conveyor belts that the trash is dumped in this large open area that whether it be the dumpster or the trash cans, or it could be the garbage trucks. The garbage trucks are empty now, so the 95-gallon cans are dumped in the garbage truck, they're compressed, they're brought back to the site, they're emptied, and it's all just a big mess there. But there's a number of staff that are there when these garbage trucks are emptied or when these construction dumpsters are unloaded. It's just scattered out all over the ground. And literally all they're doing, it's a number of staff, that all they're doing is they're just sorting the different items that might be in the garbage truck or that might have been in the dumpster. What are they sorting for? Because these garbage companies, some of the material has no recyclable properties whatsoever. Some of it is metals that can be sold for scrap, and that becomes a revenue source for these companies. Some of it is like cardboard or other newspapers, things like that, that we don't want to put in our landfill. Some of it is beer cans or pop cans, aluminum cans, things like that. Some of it's plastics. And so they go through this sorting process. But this sorting process requires a number of employees. These employees are certainly involved in the contract that I have to remove the garbage in the 30-yard dumpster, for example, from my site. I never meet them. I don't know who they are. I don't know what their benefits are. I don't know if they're union or non-union. I don't know anything about them. And yet this verbiage is going to hold me liable. That if wage theft is occurring to them, I don't even know how many employees there are that are sorting through this trash. I have no idea. And so now I'm going to be held liable for ensuring that fringe benefits are being paid out to them. So my question, Mr. President and Senator McEwen, is that your intention? That I'm supposed to be held liable as a subcontractor for all these employees that I don't know the number, I don't know who they are, I'll never meet them, that I am supposed to hold them liable per the plain reading of the language in both the construction contract definition and the subcontractor definition?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Lucero, if the work that the worker is performing is within the scope of the contract, whether it is a verbal contract or a written contract, then it falls under this statute. So, yeah, it does. And it should. Members, what we're talking about here is stealing. Wage theft is theft. It is stealing. Where people have worked under an agreement of and an understanding of what they would be paid in exchange for their labor. Wages, fringe benefits, whatever the agreement is that they're going to receive in exchange for their labor. We're talking about situations where people labored under that understanding. They worked. They did the work. And then they were ripped off when they weren't paid what they were promised. So if you're worried about your trash hauler or the dumpster company committing wage theft against its workers, then maybe, yeah, if you're going to employ them for your project, you might want to say, I don't know about you guys. Can you show me your wage stuff? Maybe you need to do that. I don't know. But we're talking about a situation where people are the victims of a crime. That has to happen for any of this to come into play. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am in agreement with Senator McEwen. Wage theft is terrible, it's criminal, it's immoral, it needs to be stopped. But it is not the responsibility of general contractors to be acting as the proxy, the police for the state. Or for the departments, the multiple departments that we have, licensing departments. In this case, the Department of Labor and Industry, who licenses building contractors, many of the subcontractors in the construction industry, or I don't know who licenses. I presume it's other agencies that are not Department of Labor and Industry in the scenario of the trash hauling that I'm talking about. That is their responsibility. That's why government exists, is to enforce the rules. That's why we have an executive branch. So there can be absolute agreement to stop wage theft, but it shouldn't come and put the liability on the backs of general contractors who have no visibility. I don't know how many employees there are in the scenario that I'm giving that are involved in the execution or within the scope of the contract that I have. They're on the back end. I don't see them. I don't believe that was the intent of this bill. Maybe it was. Mr. President, would Senator Draheim yield for a question?
Senator Draheim will yield.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Draheim. So I also understand, there are any number of scenarios that we could run down. I've worked on this construction demo dumpster for a while now, and I think it's become very clear. But I do understand that when it comes to whether it be the development or the construction or the remodel, maybe it's standing up a new garage, other things that are involved with development that you have a great deal of experience in. Location services is another. And I'm wondering if you can elaborate on your experience, Senator Draheim, Mr. President, Senator Draheim, on your experience with the scope of this bill in regards to location services.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lucero. And I think you once again highlight a flaw in this bill. I'm not done. I've just, as Senator Lucero was talking, I just started a list of everybody that would be touched on a normal project. And when you do a project, when you dig in the ground, you have to have location services called. And we have a go for one call here, which is really great. It comes out, and my yard has a ton of flags in it right now. We had the natural gas people out. We had the electrician or the electrical company out. We had the sewer people out. We had the private well people out. We had the internet people out. That's 5 different people. 5 different companies had to come out and mark their flags. And when you get in rural Minnesota, you have sometimes more than the metro, because a lot of the metro is done by city services, and they can send someone out to locate, or they subcontract with somebody to locate. But not all location services do all the different types of location. And to continue on with Senator Lucero's point, wage theft is important. We all agree with that. It's criminal. We need to hire an attorney, have charges brought up against whoever is doing that. That isn't right. But to do a complicated bill to punish the good people that are doing it right isn't the answer. So just to give those members that might not have had as much experience as like a Senator Dornick or Senator Lucero or myself in construction, here's kind of a list who would do a project for me, who the different companies or types of people, the general contractor, or if I am the owner, then I would have to act like the general contractor, is my understanding of this 275-page bill. You would hire a drafter to draft your housing plans, your structure plans, whatever it is. You'd have to hire a surveyor. And in a lot of communities, you have to have more than one type of survey. You could have an elevation survey. You could have to have a hydrologist come out if you're within 1,000 feet of water in most counties. You have to have the locators, which we just talked about. And then you'd have, throughout the construction process, in no particular order, you would have a plumber, electrician, a framer, a roofer, usually a finishing carpenter, someone that does the sheetrock, the taping and mudding, a painter. Before all that, you would need someone to come in and put a silt fence up around the perimeter of the property. You'd need a landscaper. You would need someone to come in and do flooring. And you know what, Mr. President? Most people have more than one types of flooring. You might even have someone come in and put tile in. Appliances are usually done by a separate contractor, Mr. President, sometimes more than one contractor. You would have a mason. You might have someone dig the footings, someone else put the masonry in or pour the walls. Maybe a different company come and put the tile around that wall you just put in. You would have the final grade, which is smoothing out the dirt when you're all done with the project. You'd have someone come back and do the lawn. You'd have the garbage dumpster service, the waste or recycling service that a lot of us hire to do the project. Probably a porta potty. You'd hire a company to have a porta potty come out, Mr. President. And then you might have a separate company do the windows and then another company do the garage door. You see where I'm going? I'm at almost 30 different companies. Could have multiple employees So I thank you, Senator Lucero, for the question. I just wanted to point out to the membership, it isn't one or two companies you're dealing with here when you're talking about building, and this isn't a big project. This could be any house. So we're adding to the cost of construction. We're adding to the cost of home ownership, and I urge a yes vote on my motion, but I'll get back to Senator Lucero.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think you'll be happy to know that I'm going to conclude my remarks on this motion. So I will conclude with this. This could have and should have been better. Minnesotans expect, Mr. President, they expect us to work in a collaborative, bipartisan manner. Unfortunately, we've seen over and over and over again, and on this bill, and on this conference committee that produced this conference committee report, a ramming through, a complete wanton disregard of differing perspectives, of different voices, those that might allow for the achievement of the intent of the bill with better language and an easier process that doesn't expand and increase the already expensive cost of housing in Minnesota. Some other concerns that I will put out there, it's my understanding that supporters of the wage theft provisions that we've been discussing here in this bill were focused more on commercial contractors, including those of large construction of multifamily buildings. That was the focus, again, is my understanding. But unfortunately, the provisions that we see here that we've been discussing in this bill, they exempt only the very smallest of residential contractors, and even then, as I've highlighted, there is vagueness or ambiguity in the language. While the general contractor will have the right to request and review payroll records, all the subcontractors, general contractors, will be liable for incomplete or falsified records, even though the general contractors have no direct involvement in the operations of the subcontractors, as was highlighted in several of the scenarios that I brought up. And so, Mr. President, again, we can do better, we should do better. And we would achieve that by supporting the Draheim motion, and to do so, I would encourage a green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
We will now go to the member who brought the motion to reject, Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for the discussion. Before I kind of conclude, I do have one question. I was wondering if, sorry, Mr. President, if the author of the bill, Senator Champion, would yield for one quick question.
Senator Champion, will you yield? Senator Champion will yield. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Champion. I guess, you know, looking over this bill, 275 pages, there's a lot of funding for non-government agencies in this bill. And I was wondering, is there a set admin fee for all these provisions that we fund the millions of tax dollars outside of the state?
Senator Champion.
First of all, let me say thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me, and thank you to Senator Draheim for the question. As you know, Senator Draheim, we have been very diligent about anyone that we were providing resources for, and there is an administrative fee, from my understanding. Even when we think in terms of deed, there is a set administrative fee, and that's allocated in the bill, even to NDC, especially under NDC and META under the Promise Act. There is a set amount that is around 5%, no more than 8%. That also, that money has to be used for some technical assistance and others as well. So we have been very clear that the administrative fee is around 5%.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Champion, for your answer. So I guess my question has to do with probably page 179, Mr. President, if Mr. Champion would, or Senator Champion would yield for one more quick question.
Senator Champion will yield. Senator Draheim.
Thank you. Under the Wealth Building Grant Program, what is the admin fee for that program when you add up all the fees that they can charge for that? I guess I'll start there.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President, again, and thank you to Senator Draheim for the question. I'm looking at page 179, which is the Community Wealth Building Grant Program pilot project that is administered through deed. And that 5% that I told you about, when we think in terms of those grants, that's the amount the deed can charge for wealth building grants. And here's the other thing I'd like for you to know, that that's a competitive grant. So it's not going to any particular organization, and so we believe that that administrative fee would be appropriate for the work the deed has to do to administer as well as put together the RFP for the community wealth building grants.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, if we look, there's also another section that kind of goes into the money piece. I think 179 to 181 kind of talks about the program and touches on it a little bit. But then if we flip to page 211, I think we get a little more detail. And that this is kind of part of my problem with this bill. There's on 211.15, there's a 2% admin fee. If we flip back to 180, line 1 through 5, there's a 10% admin fee. And then if you look at 180.17 to 180.18, the organization can keep up to 50% of the program. And then on 180.19, they can charge a 1% admin fee, or origination fee, excuse me, members, to run this program. So by my math, when you add up all those different things, the origination fee, the 2% admin fee, the 10% for technical and legal fee, and then the 50% they can keep at the end of the program after the money is repaid, that adds up to 63% on the program, Mr. President. So I think not everything's 5% in this bill, and I just want to make sure members are aware of that. I'm not going to argue if it's a good program or a bad program, but I think our taxpayers and the people of Minnesota expect us, if we're going to fund a program, let's make sure it's going to the program. And if they need direct appropriations, let's give them a direct appropriation. But this is 63% when you add up all those fees. 63%. And I think, members, that's way out of line. But, Mr. President, we've heard a lot of discussion today on my motion, and I did not expect it to last this long, Mr. President. I'm grateful for the conversation. It's what we're here for, to work things out. We heard some discussion about the lack of transparency, about amendments being called miscellaneous changes, when they were major amendments. 275-page bill, combining both the Labor Committee and the Jobs Committee, all into one bill. We heard about the lack of the minority on the conference committee, and it was brought up, well, they didn't vote for the bill. And then we heard from Senator Dornick that voted for one of the bills. And we heard from Senator Abler that voted for both bills and still was not put on the conference committee. We heard from Senator Abler about the impact of a provision that wasn't here or in the other body when it left to go to conference committee, Mr. President. The effect on our nursing homes and our group homes and our personal care attendants that we're having a hard time hiring. We heard about amendments that were taken here, were put on our version of this conference bill, and sent to the House that were stripped out with not a lot of transparency. We heard a lot of answers to questions that we will get you the answer. Well, we're voting on the bill soon, Mr. President. We even heard that if we can't answer them, we'll let the courts figure it out. That's not the way to legislate. And I'll just sum it up. The reason I think we should send this back to conference committee is real plain, Mr. President. In our joint rules, 2.06, about the 6th paragraph, it spells it out very, very clearly. A conference committee report may not delegate rulemaking to a department or agency of the state government unless it was included in either of the bills that were sent to the conference committee. House File 19, one of the top 20 bills of the other body, was not included in the Senate version or the House version when it was sent to conference committee. So we have a major program that will affect our nursing homes and our group homes that wasn't included and now is when it comes back. It was done in a short committee hearing without any transparency. So I urge everybody to vote green on the motion to re-refer. Thank you.
Thank you, members, for the discussion. The Secretary will take the roll on the Draheim motion to reject. Members, please vote. Senator Bolden for members voting on Rule 40.7. Senator Bolden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Klein votes no.
Senator Klein votes no.
And Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no. Senator Rasmussen for members voting on Rule 40.7. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye. Senator Rasmussen for members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye. Members, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 yes votes and 34 no votes, the motion does not prevail. Members, we're back on the motion to adopt. So I have Senator Draheim.
Point of order.
Senator Draheim, state your point of order.
I think we need to send this conference committee report back to the committee on Joint Rule 2.06.
Joint rule. Mr. President.
Members, we can take advice. I call on Senator Champion. Senator Champion, advice?
Mr. President, I ask for a roll call vote. A roll call, first of all.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
And Mr. President, I'm also asking the body to vote no to the Draheim amendment because it is it's germane to this particular bill, as I mentioned earlier, that it's not substantially different, that anything that's in this bill is paid for and covered, and we believe that we should be able to go forward with this report. So I am asking the body to vote no.
Thank you, Senator Champion. Members, Senator Draheim is asking to send the bill back to committee under Rule 2.06. That is a point of order.
Mr. President.
Senator Latz, for what purpose do you rise?
To the citation to 2.06, I ask that Senator Draheim identify which provision he believes is violated by this proceeding. The rule covers a page and a half of content within the joint rules book.
Thank you, Senator Latz. Senator Draheim, clarifying which provision in point 2.06 you're referring to
Thank
under
you.
your point of order.
Yep,
Senator
thank
Draheim.
you. The law or the rules that I have here is Article 2 under conference committees 2.06. It's about the sixth paragraph. It starts out with a conference committee report may not delegate rulemaking. And part of this conference report that came back had the earned sick and safe time in it, and that has rulemaking in it. And it wasn't in our bill in the Senate. It wasn't in the other body's bill when it left. So that's, Mr. President, where I am citing, and if you want, I could sure bring up a copy of what I have in my hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Draheim. Further advice on the Draheim point of order? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I think Senator Draheim raises a very valid point. We have these rules and these joint rules for very specific purposes. When we create rulemaking authority, we always route that through our state government and local, state and local government committee. There are very specific requirements around rulemaking, how long it's going to last, is it expedited, is it not expedited. I know I've felt the wrath of Senator Rest when I've drafted a rulemaking authority incorrect. But it is very clear, Mr. President, that the conference committee may not create new rulemaking authority. That was the responsibility of the conference committee that was set up for the two bills, the two labor policy bills that passed separately. And it is improper to bring those in. There were separate bill comparisons for the Labor and Jobs Finance Bill and the Labor Policy Bill. There was absolutely no discussion with the adoption of the Labor Policy Bill into the Jobs Bill. And so, Mr. President, I think we should find Senator Draheim's motion well taken and refer this back, and let's get it right. Let's have a labor policy bill that comes back, and let's have this jobs bill come back with the pieces that it left with. Not bringing in extraneous pieces, not bringing in new rulemaking, not bringing in anything else. Because members, we have already seen today where the rules are fluid. We have one presiding officer say, well, we can interrupt a member for a higher motion. We have another presiding officer say, no, you can't. It's ridiculous, members. We have rules and processes established over 160 years for a very specific reason, to make sure that our work is transparent to the people of Minnesota and to make sure that all Minnesotans' voices are heard. And I think Senator Draheim points out a very valid point. When we have a rule that says you cannot have new rulemaking authority come in, it's pretty cut and dried. So members, let's stop the fluidity of our interpretation of rules. These have served us for a long, long time. And I fear, members, if we don't stick to the rules, if we don't stick to the joint rules, it will do irreparable damage to the institution. I encourage you to vote yes.
And further advice, I have Senator Pappas, then Senator Rasmussen, then Senator Drazkowski. Senator Pappas, advice?
Thank you, Mr. President. I encourage you to make the point of order not well taken. This bill passed the House floor, and it also received scrutiny in the State and Local Government Committee in the Senate.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Advice. What Senator Pappas said may very well be true, that this bill did pass the House floor and was scrutinized in committee. However, that is not what is required in Rule 2.06. What is required in Rule 2.06, that if there's a conference committee report that delegates rulemaking to a department or agency, that delegation of rulemaking must be included in either the bill or the amendment that was referred to the conference committee. It doesn't matter if the bill passed off the House floor or made it through committee stops. The joint rules of the Senate and the House relating to conference committees say that it must be included in either the bill or amendment that was referred to the conference committee. Mr. President, I'd ask you to find the point of order well taken, because this is a clear-cut case where this was not included in either the House or Senate version of the bill that went to conference committee.
Further advice, Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, both Senator Rasmussen and Senator Pratt both outlined it. I've got 2.06 of the joint rules in front of me. You've heard them multiple times. They are the rules. The question is, are we going to follow the rules, or are we going to violate the rules in order to meet the ends that the majority is interested in here? Members, I appeal to you. We have these rules. They're long-standing, and they're long-standing for a reason. Remember, rulemaking conveys to the executive branch the authority of the legislative branch. And it is done under high scrutiny. And that's the reason that we have this joint rule in place, I'm sure, because without it, there would be all kinds of conveyance of rulemaking authority to the executive branch that wasn't intended to be part of the legislative product. So members, there's great wisdom in the existence of this rule to begin with. Let's follow the rules. Let's not violate our very own rules in front of us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, members. Further advice? Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Advice to this rule, I actually am looking for a little bit of clarity too, based on what Senator Rasmussen and others have brought up. So I want to ask Senator Pappas if she would yield for a question.
Senator Pappas, will you yield? Senator Pappas will yield. Senator Johnson.
So Senator Pappas, was the safe and sick time provision included in the bill going off the floor from the Senate?
Senator Pappas. Generally, members, we are on advice to the president on the point of order, asking a member to yield. It's a little out of order, but since she already said she would yield, Senator Pappas, if you will still yield.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I already spoke to this issue.
Thank you, Senator Pappas. Senator Johnson, further
Thank you,
advice?
Mr. President. And advice, I think this is kind of gets to the root of what we're looking for here. If it was included, then clearly the motion that we made was out of order, and we could put that to bed. But because it so clearly violates the rule that's before us, if we have made a mistake, then by all means, I think we should move on. However, I think that this is a pretty clear example in which it did not move off the Senate floor, nor did this move off the House floor. Therefore, the motion that was made was clearly in order, and we should be voting with that. So, Mr. President, I think my question to Senator Pappas was just for clarity on that. I think we have the clarity that we need, and we can move forward with some certainty on this rule. Thank you.
Further advice? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd point you to Mason Section 771. Article 2, the report of the conference committee is objectionable in form if the committee has not confined itself to the differences of opinion between the two houses. Mr. President, we sent a jobs and labor bill to the conference committee, and additional bills were brought in that were outside what would be considered the opinion of the two bodies as it passed. In fact, the provision that Senator Draheim is talking about did not pass the Senate. There was no difference of opinion between the two because the Senate did not have an opinion. And it was not contained in either bill going forward. So there was no opinion in front of the conference committee prior to separate House action on a separate bill that has its own companion here in the Senate and has its own bill comparison sheet that was never brought in to the conference committee. And now we're creating additional rules under 1206. So, Mr. President, not only is it objectionable from the standpoint of Mason 771, but then I believe it's objectionable under our own joint rules.
Further advice? Members, the president's decision is to put this to the body under Mason's Rule 235.
Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry.
First of all, I had Senator Champion and then Senator Pratt. Senator Champion?
Mr. President, if you give me just one moment, I just want to confer something, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Senator Pratt, while we have Senator Champion technically holding the floor, let's let him take his moment. I'll come back to you when he's done. Senator Kupik, are you requesting a roll call?
Mr. President, I thought Senator Champion had the floor.
I know.
Yes, Mr. President. You know that I like to request a roll call, so I will request a roll call.
Roll call request, a roll call granted. I apologize, members, for going out of order. It had momentarily slipped my mind. I will be back to you, Senator Pratt, once Senator Champion has had the
Mr.
floor.
President, I've got to tell you, I find
Senator
it
Pratt,
objectionable
Senator Champion
that
has
you
the floor at this
that you
point.
recognized another member for a point of order when I was clearly
And the
in
president
front. I
recognized
think this
that
is
he
a
went out of
travesty.
order. Senator Pratt, the chair recognized that the chair went out of order and acknowledged that. Senator Champion has the floor. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, to the point of order, I suggest that you vote for the point of order.
Senator Pratt.
Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of
Can you
parliamentary
please state what a
inquiry.
yes vote and a no vote would mean under this circumstance?
Members, we're going to put the question to the body. A green vote supports Senator Draheim's point of order. A red vote opposes Senator Draheim's point of order. Further advice. Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the Draheim point of order.
Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. For those voting under Rule 40.7, Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye. All those members who desire to vote, having voted, the Secretary will close the roll. Members, with 55 yes votes and 9 no votes, the body has found that Senator Draheim's point of order is well taken. We'll now go to Senator Champion.
Mr. President, if you give me just one moment.
Of course. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the recommendation and conference committee report on Senate File 3035 be returned to the conference committee as formally constituted for further consideration.
To Senator Champion's
Roll
motion.
call requested.
Senator Champion requests a roll call. Roll call be granted. Discussion to the Champion motion. Seeing none. Just need a moment to get this up on the board, members. The Secretary will take the roll on the Champion motion. Senator Rasmussen for members voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye. All those members who desire to vote, having voted, the secretary will close the roll. And then Champion's motion is Gibson. The Champion motion prevails. There being 56 yes votes and 8 no votes, the Champion motion to return it to conference committee prevails. Members remaining under motions and resolutions, a call on Senator McEwen to take a bill from a table. Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to move that House File 2988, the file which we were considering earlier that had been placed on the table, be taken off of the table for further consideration by the body now.
All right. Any to that motion? Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I'd like to request a roll call on the motion.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Jaskowski. I'm supposed to go back to Senator Lucero once it's taken off the table. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to take a 60-minute recess.
That is a higher motion. To that motion, Senator McEwen.
I would like to request a roll call on the
Roll
motion.
call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion on the motion to recess for 60 minutes? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. Senator Bowden, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
And Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the motion to recess is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm sorry. We haven't taken it from the table yet. I'm sorry. The motion before the body is whether to now take the bill from the table. Remember, just so everyone is clear, that motion was put forward by Senator McEwen. Senator Jaskowski interrupted and wanted to make sure that he was able to put forward the motion to recess. That motion failed, so now we are back on the motion to take the bill off the table. Any discussions? And if you recall, there was a roll call requested. Is that right? That is correct. Any discussion? Seeing none, the secretary would take the roll on the motion to lay the bill on the table, take the bill from the table. I'm sorry. Again, so that we're clear, motion to take the bill from the table. Please vote. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Barr votes no. Senator Bowden, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
And Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 39 ayes and 28 noes, the motion to take the bill from the table prevails. Now we're going to Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. A few minutes has passed since I last had the floor, so I don't remember where I left off, to be honest.
I'm sure you have a note. Because you got many papers over there always, so I'm sure that you know exactly you were at the end, so let's take it at the end. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I would start over, but I can feel your eyes at burning me in the front. I can feel Senator Rest's eyes burning me in the back. So with that, I'm just going to conclude it right here, and I will relinquish the floor, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Senator Uckey.
Thank you, Mr. President. And yes, we want to wrap this bill up. I just want to add two quick comments on conversations that were had earlier, and that was there was questions related to the hospital charges and that part of the bill, and also the records. All of these things were thoroughly discussed and vetted through at the council level, so there were no parties left out of anything. So with that, once again, let's support the council. I would ask for a green vote on this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Just as a friendly reminder, members, we're on final passage. We had already done third reading. Any other discussions before we have the secretary take the roll on the final bill? Senator McEwen, you're going to be the, I want to go to Senator Pratt before we go to the author. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I had the privilege of serving as the chair of the Jobs and Labor Finance Committee and to partner with Senator Rarick on the Labor Policy Committee. A committee that was, quite honestly, one committee for a long, long time, and then because of COVID, we split those two committees up. And before we laid the bill on the table, there was a lot of discussion around the role and responsibility, the weight and respect that we put behind the Work Comp Advisory Committee. It has been the long tradition of this body to adopt and not to amend the recommendations from that committee because they are vetted between equal power between the employer and the employee relationship. It was such a powerful relationship, Mr. President. You may recall that at the height of COVID, we were talking about how to make sure our first responders had some sort of preemption if they came down with COVID through the work comp system to see if they had COVID as a job-related injury. That was not an easy bill. That was not an easy task. I want to thank our nonpartisan counsel and Senator Miller for working nearly a week through the weekend nonstop. I know because I was on the email chain, I was on the phone call chain. And our nonpartisan staff did a tremendous effort working remotely and turning around various proposals for us so that we could talk between the employer and the employee group and come to a consensus. Mr. Chair, as I reflect back to the bill that we were just talking about, we sent back to conference committee, I think about that balance between the employers and the employees. One of the reasons I voted against the jobs and labor bill was because I felt like we'd lost that balance. We heard during the Labor Policy Committee that there hadn't been a lot of discussion between stakeholders. And there was an expectation leaving the floor that that conversation would happen. But here, members, here we have a real balance. And what I'm especially pleased with is that no one seems to really want to stop progress on anything. They want to move forward. They want to find a solution because they recognize that employees need employers and employers need an employee. And we all want our employees to be safe. We all want our working Minnesotans, if they're injured on the job, to be compensated accordingly. It's an important role that this advisory committee plays. And I want to thank Senator Uckey. I know he's been one of the Senate representatives on this committee for a long, long time, or advisory board for a long, long time. And I want to thank the members of the advisory board for working together and bringing us a bill that we can all stand up and be proud of for working Minnesotans. No one should be harmed financially. No one's family stability should be threatened because they are injured at work. And it's the work of this board to make sure that we are not putting forward partisan solutions. We are not putting forward partisan proposals. That both sides need to agree before it comes to this body. And I want to thank Senator McEwen for not amending this bill in any way and for standing up for that long tradition. Because it is important, Mr. President. It's important to the people who serve on that advisory board to make sure that their words, their work is fully respected. It's important to this body to know that when we take up a bill like this, it is not a partisan effort, but we know everyone worked together to come to an agreement. And more importantly, Mr. President, it's important that the working men and women of Minnesota know that we as a body, we as an institution can come together and do the right thing. That we can stand up for the stability of their families, to make sure that no Minnesota family loses their home, no Minnesota family goes without the care they need to overcome a workplace injury, no Minnesota family goes hungry because one of the working parents got injured on the job. So, Mr. President, this is a good bill. I encourage members to vote yes. and let's show that despite all the fighting we've had this session, we can come together, at least under this bill, in support of working Minnesotans. I encourage you guest vote.
We are now going to the bill author, Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, this is a very good bill. Please vote yes.
Seeing no further discussions, the Secretary will take the roll on final passage of House File 2988. Senator Bowden, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
And Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye. Members, please vote. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 0 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. We are now proceeding to the 13th order of business. Any announcements of Senate interest? Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Human Services Conference Committee will report to room 1200 in the Minnesota Senate building in 15 minutes after we are adjourned, recessed, whatever you want to call it, Mr. President.
Senator Marty.
Mr. President, the Senate Finance Committee will meet in 15 minutes.
Senator Marty, I think you might want to consult with someone about that 15 minutes. Let's see.
Mr. President, the Senate Finance Committee will meet at 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senate Republicans will be disappointed to know we will not be caucusing at 5:15. So it's okay. It's okay.
Oh, they sound pretty sad about that, Senator.
Yes. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Any other announcements of Senate interest? Seeing without objection, the following senators will be excused from today's session. Excused for today, Nelson, 12:20 to 12:30 p.m. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the majority, we will caucus right after the adjournment here. With that, Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until Tuesday, May 16th at 10 a.m.
On that motion, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. The motion prevails. The Senate is now adjourned.